I am Elena Dominguez, and I will be guiding you through once again in this adventure, virtual adventure, but also presential in this hybrid format. And I would like to wear my hat here because this is the closest I will get to step on Chilean and Brazilian lands, and this is going to make me feel that I am on the field. And I would like those of you that are here virtually, I would like you to feel more connected to the field. Manuela is also putting her hat on. Louise is also putting her hat. So let's start this trend. Now I will be sharing with you our agenda. Oh, can you see it clearly? All right. So this is the proposal of the route for the 3 days. Today we are here, and everything is focused around the topics of the project, about the landscape restoration project. And during 3 days we are going to be visiting three different projects located in different parts of the cycle. Today we're going to start with Chile here, and they are going to tell us about the Fundamole project that is in the initial phase, in the dreaming phase and planning phase. Tomorrow, our second day, we're going to be with Brazil, and there we are going to have the presentation on the fund that we all know as FASP. It's the Environmental Funds for Southern Bahia, which is in the phase of development, a more advanced phase of development now, and it's already been implemented, so they are now acting. And on the day 3, we're going to have the last cycle of the project, which is the phase where we celebrate, where we have the monitoring, where we have the reflection on the point where we are at and the lessons learned. And here we're going to be visiting both countries, Chile and Brazil. This is our agenda for the 3 days in a very summarized way. We hope that you enjoy really much this virtual tour and the presential tour. And we're going to now to a more institutional opening. I will invite Luis Silva, who will greet all of you, give some opening words, and Olga from the Chilean Forest Dialogue, and Nova Braga from GP. So as the English people say, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Elena. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are participating in South America. As Elena was saying, this is a very special moment. We're all going through this huge challenge ahead of us, with lots of challenges and difficulties on how we would be able to keep this dynamics alive, working with a community from different regions, but where we would like to feel that we are really part of a common work. And during this year of 2021 here in NGP, we've been trying all type of discussions, and now for our small team, organization team, we were able to cross the Atlantic, and here we are in Milton Santos settlement, being received in a fantastic way. This is one of the first projects, project developers, and the first partners that were implementing in the terrain a FASP project. And this energy and this enthusiasm and this example is what we really want to take to all of you. Today we have our friends from Chile who are running after this dream, chasing this dream, and they also want to reach this point to be able to receive this, to make the support get to those that need on the other end. And that's exactly our objective also in some months when the conditions allow us, so we can have this direct interaction where our partners would be. So with NGP, we are in this journey right now for several years, visiting the territories. We decided to take this significant step, taking a risk and mobilizing those that want to make it happen. We are in the post-Glasgow COP moment, and well, the conversation is very important, but we're lacking actions, and that's where we want to be. We want to be We want to make it happen, take the risks. That's the phase that we want to be in. We never abandon that. With our community, the exchange of experience, the exchange of ideas. We're here challenging ourselves, but at the same time, we're stepping on the field and giving support to those that need our support. And we know that we are not going to do everything perfectly correct, but with our energy and our enthusiasm, lots of these projects will succeed. And that's what we're trying to do. So thank you so much for being here with Study Tour. And I also would like to listen. I would like to hear more from Olga, Márcio, and everyone else during the 3 days. Thank you so much, Elena, and thank you so much, all of you. Yes, Olga? Hi, good morning. My name is Olga. I am the coordinator of the Forest Dialogue here in Chile, and we are now working on the Maule region in the commune of Empedrado, and we are now in the phase of projecting, different from Brazil, which is a step ahead of us, and we are in the dreaming phase, as said by Elena. We throughout this year we have been dreaming in relation to what is possible to be done in this comuna. It is a small community of 56,000 hectares, which is highly impacted by major fires in 2017. And since then, there was a collaborative panel of different initiatives. We have companies, forest companies involved. We have the municipality of Empedrado and the local stakeholders, the university, public institutions, and everyone together. We are now dreaming on how we could implement this environmental restoration and economic restoration project. So I want to send a big hug to all of you connected here. We have some local products to share with you here, so you could know a little bit more about characteristic products of our region of Maui. We have the clay, this kind of material which is very typical in this region. So if you visit us one day, it would be nice for you to know the artists that produce this. We have our honey, which is an extremely important product related to the native forest, and that's something that we want to leverage. And a bottle of wine, of course, because this is also a very characteristic product of the Maui region. So they produce good wine, and these are the icons that we would like to be developing throughout the project. Thank you so much, and we are going to have a wonderful morning. Wonderful, Elena. Wonderful, Olga. Thank you so much for showing us this stuff coming from Maule, and that makes me feel much more on the field connected to you guys, and not just this hat that I'm using. And so now the floor is with Márcio. So, can you hear me? Elena? Can you hear me well? Yes, we can. Okay, wonderful. Olga, well, the dreaming is always good. When we dream is when we can achieve things. And certainly here in Brazil, we have a very nice team. Only wonderful people here with us to be supporting us, so the dreams can come reality. So count with our support here in Brazil. We'll be here participating, and we will be contributing however possible. So Chile can also overcome this challenge and implement the project of Maule Fund in the region. So we are all very curious to know more, but here we also have our fruits to show. You could see that we have some fruit. We have all of these decorations, and we are eager to see all the stories, and everybody's here willing to help and support. All of us, we're here ready to give all the support to you. And we have here a table with lots of food as well. A lot of food, as usual. So yeah, that's it, Elena. The word is back to you. and I wish everyone a wonderful event. Thank you so much, Marcio. It's so good to be able to feel and to see all of those fruits and those tastes and flavors and smell. Olga, I would like to make you a question. We were planned to have a kind of a dynamics to have an interaction between Chile and Brazil, but I see that the local participants haven't arrived yet, right? Yes, that's right. We're still waiting. We have already a small group, but we can postpone this moment for afterward, for later on. Okay, wonderful. So let's start then. Let's leave this dynamic then for later on. But now I have a game for everyone. In Spain, we call it. Well, we used to play with something that we called Pictionary. Pictionary. Somebody would mimic something, and you have to guess what is the mimic that I'm trying to refer to, and I will give you a hint. It's a verb that I will start with. It's a verb, so I will do something, and I want you guys to guess what I'm doing. So, if whenever you think you know, you can just say, you can write on the chat, you can just start guessing, those that are virtually present as well. So I will start here. I'm thinking a little bit. Okay. Dreaming. All right, that's right. Olga, you were the first one, right? Dreaming. Manuela was the first one. Okay. Dreaming. And why do we mention dreaming here? Because all of the projects start with a dream. They start with a dream of a team called the Dream Team. And that's when we start dreaming with the transformation of the reality, how this reality could be different. But dreaming is not enough. In this dreaming phase, we need to collect information and we need to create an idea of everything that is out there and how we could use that to transform this reality. And that is what Olga is going to share to us with us from Chile, Mauli. The Chilean dream team had a dream, but to transform the reality, the first thing they had to do was to make a diagnosis of the territory, and that's what Olga will be presenting to us. The diagnosis of Empedrado community. So whenever you want, we can already see the presentation. It's not on full screen mode, presentation mode yet. Let's see if you can put it on full screen. Okay, so the Empedrado Comuna is a comuna of the central region, in the Secano region, central region of Chile. It has a surface of 56,000 hectares, mainly of forest use. That's one of the most important characteristics that we have in this comuna. And we also have a surface with only 4% of agricultural soil, and that somehow conditioned the, the ways of living in the community and some restrictions in regards to their productive activities and land use. So this community, this comuna, Empedrado, was part of these major fires that took place in 2017. And whenever possible, well, and we had the need to perform a collaborative work, enabling through these initiatives to tackle the environmental and economical restoration issues that were needed, so then we could face the problems being generated. And here we could see a map where we have the division of the different lands and of the comuna. So, saying this way, well, now can you see the second slide? Perfect then. Here you could see the setup of the roles in the comuna. We have a significant amount of lands that belong to the forest companies, and we also started performing a diagnosis, and the base of this diagnosis was geospatial analysis, which allowed us to see the physical, environmental, socio-economical variables of this comuna. And the outcomes of this process are here, as you could see in the map, with segments that are small in red. And these are the priorities areas of the native forest. And how did we do this role prioritization? We decided to focus on the owners that had less than 50 hectares. And the analysis were made with areas smaller than 500, but the priority was for those areas smaller than 50 hectares that had major fires in them. And on the other side, and that reflects on the water supply for the community. So the diagnosis showed more than 300 areas that need priority interventions. We have some pictures here of those fires on native forests and the regeneration processes. And the other variable which was used was the management of pine tree plantations. And that was the priority use of the comuna and also the major companies and landowners. And great part of this extension that you could see, the red polygons show us what are the priority areas for intervention through this fund. The criteria for prioritizing would be aspects such as land erosion and inclination areas and the severity of the fires. This brought to us a priority of 3,500 hectares in relation to plantations. It is a very large area or surface, and the challenge here would be how to be able to prioritize the places that need a more urgent intervention. Here we have some images of those areas affected by the fires, and also the pine tree restoration process. That was one of the main problems faced. And the third objective in our diagnosis was to locate surfaces of agricultural use. That is a comuna which has a small surface for agricultural use, only 4%. Therefore, you could see only very small areas that have this agricultural potential. So definitely this makes that almost all the surface should be priority surface because they have a very low use and productivity. But those that have a greater intention, they are more intense agricultural activities. We have here a little bit more of the situation of the small producers and the type of soil, which is very limited. And summarizing this, what we would like to propose is that the polygons of native forests, well, they should all be priority due to the reduced surface that they occupy. And they correspond to places with a lot of water stress, and that makes even more important the intervention. So, for example, the beekeeping producers, they need a lot of these interventions. And in relation to the regeneration of the pine trees, those that what we're talking about is that the challenge would be to prioritize these surfaces because they are large areas, and on the other hand, we have to try to obtain productive models that should be more sustainable as well. And here we have an interest in this relationship with Brazil on how we could find mixed models. Maybe forest and livestock and forest agriculture integration. I believe that is a very is a huge challenge in these surfaces, and also in the agricultural aspect. In the comunas reality, as it was said, we have a very small, limited surface for agricultural use, so we need to highlight the beekeeping activities in these forests also, because this is one of the results of biodiagnostics. And I'd like to highlight that that was still an initial phase. We had a lot of people supporting, and the municipal and the local stakeholders also helped us. And now, what we have ahead of us is to make this diagnostic in the reality and in contact with the owners. That's it for now, Elena. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Olga. I believe that we can make some questions. If go to some questions, if there are any questions. So the virtual participants, you can send your questions via chat as well, or you can just raise your hand to make your question. I don't know if in Brazil you have any questions right now from Brazil. Elena, can we make a question? Yeah, go ahead. So I will pass the mic around. Good morning, I am Carolina. I loved this presentation, thank you so much. It was very interesting. And I have a doubt, a very simple question. What is the species of pine trees that you have there? Well, this is a comuna which has a massive presence of Pinus radiata, Pinero radiata, Pinus radiata, which is a product of processes that started several decades ago. That was a comuna that had very strong processes of erosion, and from that, the state somehow simulated several processes or started this massive planting process. But after the fire, all of the condition was highly impacted, and now the perspective of the small owners would be to go through this transition process, or we'll try to follow the model with more sustainable plantations, or a transition towards native forests and agricultural use activities as well. That should be more proper for the characteristics of the territory. So somehow the challenge would be the diversification. Okay, thank you so much, Olga. Any other questions for now? Hi, my name is Oscar. I would like to know if in this comuna, what would be the percentage of the territory occupied by forest companies, and what is the percentage of the small farmers? Thank you. Well, the percentage of areas of the large companies is approximately 52% of the comuna. And the percentage of land use and plantations would be around 80%, approximately 80, and what existed prior to the fire. So the difference basically is what is reflected by the small owners. Thank you. And how are we now with questions, in terms of questions? Any other questions are pending, or can we continue? Elena, only I would like to say also that this comuna is a huge and a huge challenge that they have after the fires would be to create a process to reinvent the landscape with more sustainable models for the small owners, but also for the major companies. And also this implementation of fire prevention actions. That's extremely important to be implemented. The protection of the pathways, right? Measure fire break measures. So we have to think on the landscape, but with much more sustainable criteria, I would say. Thank you very much, Olga, for clarifying that. And I believe that we have no other pending questions on the chat. Marcio, everything okay over there in Brazil? No other questions? Guys, would you like to ask anything else? Okay. Everything okay for now. So we can continue. Following presentation is the presentation of this project. So the proposal of Maule Fund. We have the presence of Francisco. Francisco, are you ready? Francisco from the MPC. Something easier. Then I will share. Okay, you have to authorize. Olga shared with us some issues about the territory to see where we could. We had a story from 2017, and I'm going to refer to it again. And somehow this story of the Mauli Fund started with the fund that you have in Southern Bahia. With this experience, then we were able to feed our dream, and we have the hope to replicate what you're doing now. And we're trying to replicate this in our territory. And we're trying, well, if the south of Bahia could do it, why can't we replicate that in our territory? And luckily, we had the support from NGP for helping us reach these dreams, and we created a Rauco and this forest dialogue which is already working in the sector. And together we started this dream. I'm going to repeat myself here, so I will go quick by these slides. Olga has already talked about it, about some of these data of Empedrado Comuna, but we have lots of people in southern Bahia that do not know what part of the Chilean territory we're talking from. Well, Chile is this part here, 4,000 kilometers wide, and Empedrado is a small community in the Maule region, in the center of Chile. It is between the mountains, and with the soil use, as it was already said by Olga, it is highly dedicated to plantations. 80% of the territory in the urban side is basically, well, we have the Empedrado people with 4,000 inhabitants. That is a very old village with lots of traditions, rural traditions. And generally speaking, the comuna has basically 56,000 hectares. And as it was said, we have a very low agricultural use of only 4.4% of the territory. And this was very present with the NCTP. We had these fires some years ago with high intensity, and that's one of the major fires that we remember that we have data available in Chile about. So that's one of the largest fires we had. And we had other fires in the south, but the recent story shows us that these 2017 fires were the most significant fires that we had at national levels. More than 580,000 hectares were affected. Houses, lives were lost, thousands of native forests and plantations were destroyed and lost. So it was a huge disaster. For the Empedrado Comuna, it was even worse, considering that the last data say that 77% of the comuna was burnt, but we have some data showing us 95% burnt. Everything burnt except for the settlement. And here you have some pictures showing how this disaster was during and after. These days, between January 20 and 25, that marked a milestone of before and after for this comuna. Well, I think the slide didn't change. Well, while you will skip the slide, I can continue speaking then. Well, this matter of the fires called the NGP attention, which is such a huge disaster. And together with Luis, we thought on, well, it's an experience that should be shared. And from that point, in November this year, 2017, we created and we planned together with Arauco, specifically, a tour, an NGP tour in Chile, with the participation of more than 40 people from over 10 countries, to learn about our region and to teach us as well, based on their experiences and lessons learned. So it was like an exchange of experience, which was very wealthy. And from that moment, we had some conclusions. And these conclusions had to, well, are subdivided into the work that we're doing today. And important outcomes of this meeting in Chile were the public agenda coordination for restoration in a shared view using a platform, a multi-stakeholder platform, and that's something we're doing now. Strengthening the regulation for the mitigation of fires, diversifying the landscape, That was something that was already mentioned by Olga. And more resources against fire. A commitment from the community would be to create a restoration market. And we're going to see, well, that's already been established. These were the items and the points that were stronger from after this visit that was made. So after this visit, we started then to talking to the companies and working with the companies in the prevention of erosions. And with these fires, the land was completely discovered, and that was a very important point. Preventing erosion before the rain arrived. The fire were in the summer, and in the winter we would have the rain. So we had a lot of work to prevent erosion and to ensure the water supply to the communities. And dealing with all of those issues on the pathways. And that was the work that was being done in the companies in the following months after the fires. On the other hand, we had the Diálogo Florestal, Forest Dialogue, where we tried to generate different work groups, noticing that we've detected several needs. And one of the groups generated was the one that worked with restoration of a species that only existed in 300 hectares of Chile, an endemic species. And based on that, we generated lots of panels, as it was mentioned by the recommendations made by the tour with the multi-stakeholder. In the beginning it was multi-topics, but we focused on this restoration of this species. And a very specific case was this that we could see developing in the mountains with a succession of characteristic points, and that was the intervention. Well, continuing with the recommendations, a program started for the prevention of fires with a high participation of the communities, and generally speaking, we formed 336 committees, silviculture and fire prevention committees, 91 of these committees in the Maule region, in coordination with companies, NGOs, and CONAF. It was a very strong work which was generated with the participation of the communities. And with all of that, then finally, the question would be, how can we help? How can we participate to restructure or recompose what happened? That's how we started with the Maule Fund, and in the participation with NGPTA, Arauco, and CMPC, and the Forest Dialogue of Chile, was a very important part. We, as a company, we were in the Forest Dialogue, but the Forest Dialogue is who can get to the community because they have a lot of expertise on that, and they supported us a lot in this diagnostic that was presented by Olga, arriving in the communities, training, consultations. So as it was already mentioned, we have some challenges, important challenges ahead of us in terms of diversification of the landscape, going deeper with the commitments of the communities and creating a market of restoration, establishing bonds with non-traditional funding for the restoration of the landscape and economy. As it was said, in this landscape we had plantations, lots of proximity between the people from the community and the ecosystemic services and forests, non-timber products. And we had also the protection areas and plantation areas. We also had fungus, cogumelo, mushrooms that were a very important issue for Empedrado Comuna. So now I myself cannot do it anymore. I don't know what is going on with technology today. Very weird. I don't know what's happening. if there's an evil spirit or an evil spirit from the forest that is trying to fool with us and probably laughing of our faces. Okay, it's back again. I can see it. Well, I am presenting about the Mauli Fund. What's the expectation? What is the dream? Can you see it now? The slide with the numbers and figures, yes? Yes, we can see it. Well, the companies, NGPTA and Forest Dialogue, after this collaboration, we started generating a dream with a great view of NGPTA. And it was fixed a sum for carrying out this work at the Comuna. And to reach these, to achieve these objectives with 6 million euros to work in the next 5 years. 1 million with the idea of investing, and that's a large contribution of the companies. And another objective here is to be able also, well, we were able to access 5 million euros to a company that supports the funding of restoration and development projects. And we are also able to advance with this company as well. This company was hired, now they are developing the agreements to operate and to manage these contributions of the funds. In terms of physical development, what is the dream? What is the inspiration? Well, get to 3,500 hectares of landscape restoration, 2,000 hectares of restored natural forests, and 1,500 of sustainable agriculture or plantation silviculture. And that is also accompanied by the sequestration of 1 million tons of carbon being sequestrated. So what would be the concepts of the project? Supporting the companies and landscapes to be more resilient to climate, and a society which is also transforming quickly. People are aging, people are abandoning each other and abandoning the rural world, and they are also leaving aside some other aspects. And we also have the fire problems and as a target, we have the diversification of the landscape. We have to use the land sustainably, and we have to mitigate the fires in those landscapes, diversifying and strengthening also the economy, the rural economy of this comuna. So how do we expect to do that? Through the funding of the installations. Probably this will be a contribution of those companies that are here. And then we have a generation of a non-commercial company, like those of you, like it happens in the case of Bahia State, and they already implemented and they're developing the first projects. So what we expect with the Mauli Fund is create a portfolio of projects within the lines and to have the capacity to manage the public funds and green funds, and also with the support of the private institution, and also attracting with this management that we have new funds of investments that were created to help us continue with the projects that are started with the first Mauli Fund. And the multi-purpose projects associated to this are very fast, so we have to make this expansion of this diversification of the land use. We have to strengthen the rural economy as well, and we also have this idea that when generating a more diverse landscape, they will also be more resilient and more resistant to the impacts such as those coming from the fires, and prepare, mitigate, and prevent the fires. Most of these fires are caused by people, so we need to reduce these damages caused by fires, and that would be a great cause of loss. And what projects are we thinking on diversifying? Diversify the owners in the lowlands, with the forests with native trees, with community projects like honey, and also the natural remanagement of the Pinus radiata, and after the fires, these pinus had a terrible impact, and we had to develop the interesting species accompanying everything through environmental education programs that give us the support in relation to this fire prevention aspect as well. And Olga has already mentioned and shown some slides regarding the diagnosis. Here we have another very important point. In this diagnosis, we reviewed the amount of owners that we have in the territory and what would be the dimension of those holdings based on this. We have to review then the type of project. But first, I would like to highlight here among the 1,720 properties that were identified in the community, 935 are smaller than 2 hectares. So we are talking about a small bit of land, which is extremely small. After that, it's very difficult to generate feasible economic variations, and that's another point that should take us to reality. How can we generate these groups? So in terms of the most represented class, in terms of number of people, in terms of having an average of 0.4 hectares, but in general, we have an average of 17.8 hectares per owner, without considering the forest companies. So what do we have now ahead of us? As it's already been said, we are working on the diagnosis. We created a work group, a multi-sectorial work group with a strong participation of those elements of the community, of the municipality, of the state, of the national Forestry Corporation, Info. So we have lots of institutions that were very generous when they came to this table. And we have then 3 restoration objectives based on what we are working in. Family farming, implementation, and more to the right we have the participants. I have a lot of states. Well, this process is developed by 3 stakeholders, and the characterization on the terrain. We see the scope that is needed based on the biological issues to describe better the situation. Okay, we advanced a lot here already. We work with the forest engineers and the support of the companies. And the last point that was worked on here was the matter of the database of ideas. What kind of projects could we develop in the territory? And this would be in the scale of small farming. Could you see how small the farms are here, right? We have native forests and the restoration with pinus. We have several parts that are participating in this. The National Forest Service in Chile. And also another issue that we were so occupied since the beginning, and probably the NGPTA team in Brazil also, Márcio and we in the south of Bahia, we participated a lot in this preparation of everything related to the future management of the funds and the description of that project. NGPTA and the counterparts worked very hard on the development of this project, to present this project to the fund for investments. And we had the participation of NGPTA, and we have here a work that is still ongoing. The agreements haven't been signed yet, but it's advancing very well, I would say. And we will be able to conclude it soon. And I'm finished this presentation now. Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much, Francisco, for being able to for presenting so well about the fund, besides all the technical issues. Thank you so much. Olga, I would like to see if before going to the Q&A, can we see if we can introduce the models of native forests and plantations? Yes, we can. Yes, we can, Elena. And let me see here. I have two colleagues who are ready for this presentation. We have Álvaro Muñoz. And Álvaro, can you activate your audio in your screen, Álvaro? And can you see? And let's see if we can share the screen now. The main challenge today, it seems, who will be sharing the screen? Álvaro? Yes. Okay, if you can share, I think it's better. Only 2 slides. Can you hear me well? Yes, we hear you well. I hear you just fine. So, Álvaro, before you start, I just wanted to make an explanation here. As an outcome of the diagnostic, we decided to create some productive models related to the reality that we had since the diagnosis. And then, according to that, we prioritized and taking into consideration the agricultural use, we tried to develop a food security model, which is what Álvaro Muñoz is going to share to us. We have also we have the management of pinus restoration and also the transition for native forests, which was the other situation considered as a local interest. And we're going to share about that afterwards. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Álvaro. Álvaro, I stopped sharing because you can do that yourself. And if I can't hear you, I can't put you in the correct slide. So please do it yourself. Just a second so I can try to help. So can I start talking while the presentation is not up? Well, we have this food security model here, and we intend to cover this surface that was already mentioned by Francisco, small surfaces of production in this case. And we talked also to our colleagues some days ago, and we were saying that in the field in Chile, we experience a situation which is a little bit strange, in a way that the truck sells fruits for the producers in the field, and the situation should be the opposite. So we showed this world, the food security world, for the families to be able to contribute for the improvement of this food. And based on that, we could then start planning other initiatives to generate more economic resource. So, the second slide, please. Well, as you will see, the general objective, we have to promote the food security of families through the implementation of 400 square kilometers. Sorry, we are being able to advance to change the slides. And in this food security model, we have transversal or cross-cutting action to produce all the work being done in the soil. We could see also that there is a surface with a lot of erosions, and we also have the management and the administration issue of the water resource. And in this specific point presented by this module, food security module, we have what was already presented before, But the first would be to work on the territorial ordering. Even if it's small, we should think in an intelligent way so we could maintain ourselves for time. This sustainability that was mentioned could be applied in these two resources based on which would be soil and water. And we also have a production of leaves that should be incorporated to the diet of the families themselves. And we had also a permanent idea, the possibility of training families in different production activities like sustainable farming or livestock. And we decided we went to teach the families to work with the soil preparation in a sustainable fashion with several different techniques like composting and etc. Next one, please, Olga. And let's describe a little bit of this module then. And it consists in the management of a 500 square meter surface. This 500 square meter maybe could seem a little bit small, but considering the surface managed by the farmers, it somehow is significant. So we are now analyzing the whole area of the 500 square meters, especially on the damage caused by animals, like sheep and etc., because they generate damage that where we cannot produce. And the second element is this greenhouse with 44 square meters with a good ventilation. And this is one of the main problems that we have in this type of constructions, ventilation. So we can raise totally the walls, and you have two doors and two windows that allow a better circulation of air. And also, one more back. And you can notice also that in the characteristics of this greenhouse, we have woods painted of white, and that's not random. This white wood is not to have the excessive heating of the structure. Next one, please. Okay. In relation to the water aspect, this is another limiting factor, a strong limiting factor. We have the idea of being able to establish modules where we could harvest water. We have 5,000 liter recipients that could take the water through gravity to the cultivation areas with the dripping system for the irrigation, which is much more efficient for the water use. And as you could see in this image, this is an idea that was already implemented. We have these recipients that are over a stabilizing structure like cement or sand, and we also could harvest or catch this water. But we could install this in constructions that are already concluded and harvest and collect the water the same way. And also, in a fourth element, we have the construction of chicken hens. And most of these families, they raise chicken, but these families are not laying eggs and not producing beef. So the idea would be to make this structure considering the ventilation aspects. And in this module, food security, and in this permanent work with soil, we have the elaboration and the creation of composting structures. So we are here talking about worms, and the worms do this composting process. And you could see here that we have a worm bed with possibly 2 divisions to transfer the fertilizers. And that's what will be produced and used in these 500 square meter modules. So the idea would be to generate less dependence increasingly these inputs, these material are more expensive and more difficult to be purchased. And to close, we have the presence of sheep rearing, and we thought about creating permanent chains for that, but we would need to define the best species to be used. We have some sectors that demonstrate or that need more irrigation, but they need to establish this chain and improve the feeding of these animals, and that should also be a contribution for the diet and also enabling the commercialization of these. That's it for now. Thank you. Apologize for going too fast. Okay, thank you very much, Alvaro. I could hear you perfectly in the end. Okay, Valentina, if you could share your screen, please. Good afternoon, Valentina. Well, now it's noon already, so I will say good afternoon. I will start sharing my screen. So I will share my screen now. Okay, and here, please tell me if you can see my screen. Yes, we can see your screen perfectly. Can you try to put it on presentation mode? Perfect. So can you see it? All right. Much better now. Okay, ready to go. Well, continuing the projects that we established or that we would like to establish in Pedrado Comuna, we have this project related to the pinus restoration management, mainly after the major fires of 2017. And here we have the intention, a purely productive intention, to manage this restoration. We have an estimation of working with 1 hectare area. That's where we would like to carry out this project. And what would be the objective of this project? Carry out these management activities for the restoration of pinus and these areas that were affected in order to create a productive plantation. In other words, we're going to cut these pinus that were regenerated, and we're going to leave the pine trees that we want to reach final rotation, so the owners could have an economic benefit from this activity. And it's very important also with this learning that we had after the 2017 fires. It's also important to generate complementary fire prevention measures, and all the owners have a lot of interest to create this protection for all of those areas. So what would be the impact that we are going to have when developing this project? Well, the impact would be the recovery, the restoration of these productive surfaces. Some landowners, they made some kinds of actions already, but in most of in the area, the surfaces are abandoned. So it will be very important to develop this project. And we also expect that the families have an income in the end of this rotation period from 20 years from now, but also that they should have intermediate remuneration. And also something very important that we noticed from the owners is that in this regeneration control or restoration control, all of this density of native species that exist in these productive sectors, they should be taken advantage of for several purposes, let's say. And we have a minimum of 2 pinus regeneration controls. According to the conditions of the terrain, we can have a manual restoration or machinery if needed, but mainly in pending terrains. And we have to evaluate also if we're going to have the 3rd generation control for the pinus, but we should at least consider 2 of those controls mandatorily. And the next point is related to the assisted restoration of the native vegetation. And then for that also we have an estimation of 1 hectare. As Francisco said in his presentation, what we want to do is to reach a diversification of the landscape. So in this project, it will be extremely important for us, based on those experiences that we have as a company, CPC, and these high valued areas. So now we need to support the owners to identify if they have the presence, and to see if we can continue the preservation of these species. And then in this objective, we would be able to support them to completely eliminate the exotic species, generating these native forest areas focused on the real. And we have also the future assessment if we need to reintroduce native species. Another important point would be to generate complementary measures for fire prevention and the protection of those areas. But I'd like also for you to understand that this case, or the situation, territorial situation of Empedrado, must be very well understood, and we are going to have a mixture of surfaces where we have the exotic regeneration control and also the water courses. We are going to have a full control for the water courses throughout a specific extension that will be stipulated in these courses, water courses, where we are going to have the total control of the pinus, but we are going to have some services that will be completely dedicated to the conservation of native forests. So that will leverage the ecosystemic services in the case of those forests. So summarizing the activities that we're going to have would be the cleaning of the waste, the regeneration control of pinus. We have also a productive control, and then the last would be the assessment. If after this pinus restoration control, maybe we could have an enrichment with native plants, or with the regeneration of pinus, if we are going to have an alteration for the native forests to continue reestablishing themselves. So the most important is that we as a company, we should be contributing with our experiences in these high value areas, and we are very connected to this aspect of the post-recovery, the post-fire recoveries. And with these targets, we were able to develop this project with the native forests. These are the projects related to the exotic species control and the restoration of native vegetation. Thank you so much, Valentina. Thank you so much, Alvaro, as well. And we don't have much time. We have only 5 minutes left here now to see if we have any questions or comments for based on the Valentina's and Alvaro's presentation, and also Francisco's presentation on the fund. I think the easier would be to make contact directly with Marcio now to see if we have any questions. And the virtual participants, you can write your questions on the chat. Don't forget about that. Okay, Marcio, are you there? Okay, we have 2 questions from our side. Okay, perfect. We have a problem, a lighting problem here. The light is an issue for us. I am Carolina again. Sorry, here's the camera. Well, I was curious with this species, this endemic species that Francisco was wellfield, that's the endemic species. And the other, also, I would like to know what is the importance of this species in this comuna. And the other question for Alvaro, this 500 square meter plantation how many people could it feed? And how are you going to maintain this plantation? How does this work? Thank you. Thank you very much, Carolina. Francisco, would you like to start? Sure. Well, so the Malve territory, with the arrival of the Spanish, the conquistadores 500 years ago, we had then the native forest started to be collected way back there in 1800 to 1900. So we had in Chile the first naturalist, the ecologist, who was in Chile, and he noticed then that Rio Maule, or Maule River, which is the river cutting this region, would be shoaling due to erosions. Some people were being submerged by the sand. So they started to work with the tests to recover the territory, because all of this erosion was being generated due to the plantation, to the harvesting, and the use of the native forests. So first, what they do, they clean the territory to implement the agricultural crops, mainly wheat, to sustain people. And on the 19th century, although we had very important process to produce corn and other grains, because of the gold rush that was in California and Australia. So corn came from this area to be taken to these other places, and also in the early 19th century there were more than 20 boats on ships that were moving around the river, and they would go until Valparaiso, taking wood until Santiago, the capital of the country, to heat the food, to cook the food, and all of this wealth of this forest, especially of this region, but also other regions, was submitted to an intense use that generated intense agricultural use that generated a significant loss of the soils. So we have the two icon species, those autophamos. One is Rui and the other one is Wallow. Rui Alessandra, it's a species, almost a fossil. We have rust in Antarctica more than 80 million years ago, and possibly it's little adapted to the existing current conditions in the territory, and that could be also the carbon levels. So it's disappearing, and it's very difficult to be protected, and therefore it is a very important species, as I mentioned. It's also the characteristic of this territory. It exists only there in small areas of 2 to 3 hectares in 100 different points in an extension of 100 kilometers. So we have very little of this species, so that's why it must be protected. And that's why it's so valuable, and it's an important species of these native forests, which are characteristic of the region. Valentina, you are raising your hand. Would you like to add some information? Yes. I believe it's extremely important, people that are accompanying us in Brazil. I think it's very good to call our attention to this, because this is an icon species, which is found only in this Maule region. In a very fragmented way, it's being protected by law. It's a monument, a national monument, and as I mentioned in my presentation, the companies have a high value of conservation to protect this area. We have an area of 1,200 hectares to protect the Rui, spread out in 15 sectors, in 15 areas, and there we have been performing this restoration process for about 5 years now, and I was saying that as a company we could give a lot of contribution with this experience that we had, because we could advance in this control of exotic species, evaluating the survival after the fire, and collecting the seeds to leverage this active restoration process. So, well, yeah, that's it. From our side, we are very interested to support the Empedrado project. Thank you, Valentina. Alvaro? Well, the practical experience that we had, well, the constitution of the family goes from 5 to 6 people, and with this format, or this module, we could feed the 5 people of the family, but there is also another point which is extremely important. Besides the food, in most of the cases, these people generate excessive production or product that could be sold. And that would supply the local internal markets. So it's extremely important, this production with this food security module on it. And also another thing that I did not mention is that usually here in Chile, I imagine that in Brazil, a similar thing happens, but the trend is of monoculture. In agricultural activities, we have a specialization of the producer in one single crop. Let's say, for example, a whole field with only one crop, and then you would eliminate the leaves, the other products, and that would generate him money to buy their milk and etc. But when they don't sell all this species, they won't have money to buy the milk and the food. So that's why it's important to restructure this characteristic of the family farming. So this is fundamental. This module is fundamental for being able to survive in the field. Otherwise, it would be impossible. But in relation to your question, about 5 or 6 people could be fed easily by these ideas. Of course, that we should be adding more elements that we find during the way, but about 5 or 6 people. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alvaro. I think you have another question, Marcio. The last question. Ah, yes. I think this question was already answered by Alvaro and Valentina. And Francisco, they already answered the question that we had. Okay, so we are going to close now our first phase today. It would be a more explanation phase. And now we have an invitation. So you can participate in a more interactive way in this dynamic that we call the large dream team, the big dream team. And to start with these dynamics, we are going to invite the Chilean team who will share to us the challenges that they are facing ahead of them, what would be the points where they find more difficulties. And after the presentation, we're going to invite you to join us for the rest of the session to work with the Chilean dream team and try to identify solutions for those challenges. So let's start the presentation by the Chilean team. I think the presentation is on the screen already. And after this presentation, I'm going to talk more about this participative dynamic. Olga, are you there? Yes, thank you so much, Elena. Our challenges, or those that we would like to share with the participant, the virtual participants, and with the group from Brazil is, well, I hope you can give us ideas and suggestions on points that we could not develop here, and that we would like you to contribute and to help us with these alternatives, with your experiences that maybe you have already experienced, and that could be used by us in these processes. So I will read what are our the main questions, and how we would like to advance with the work group in the following moments. The first question that concerns us is how to guarantee the effective participation of these small owners in this process. They are sometimes they are concentrated owners, sometimes they are more dispersed, but that's the core point. How can we ensure or guarantee the effective participation of the small owners in these projects? That is the first question. The second question, or the second challenge that we would like to you guys to help us with answering and solving, would be how to guarantee the correct execution of the activities that the restoration requires. And here we have a very practical point, at least in Chile, and in the context mentioned, the restoration processes for the native forests are very complex. They last long periods, and with several activities, annual activities to be performed. So how can we guarantee the correct execution of the activities of restoration if the possibility falls on the owner? Because the owner should develop these actions. So that's another dimension. And the third one that we would like to ask you about is how to approach the monitoring of restoration. What would be the key aspects that we should be observing throughout time? What are the indicators that should be considered? So in the Brazilian case, and in the case of the virtual participants, what would be these ideas to approach the monitoring in this process of restoration that could start to be used next year already? I don't know if I was clear enough. Okay, thank you so much, Olga. Well, I will explain how to do this activity, dynamics, and then we're going to review it in a way that everything is very clear for everyone. Okay? So, do you want me to stop sharing? No, you can leave it there. You can leave the screen there because we are going to return and see it again. So let's explain the dynamic. The participative exercise is going to be as follows. The presential room in Brazil, you guys are going to work presentially in person. If you would like to split in smaller groups of 5-6 people in each group so the conversations are easier, please, you can do that. And then the virtual room will be split in 2 rooms. One for this conversation about the challenges from the Chilean Dream Team in English, and another room with the same conversation in Portuñol, a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. And we're going to work for 35 minutes exploring these challenges that we are going to review now so you can take notes of everything. So what I will be requesting you is that in each of your work tables or work panels, you should have a mediator or a facilitator of these conversations, and you should take notes of the main ideas. So then afterwards you could be sharing and make this presentation and bring this kind of report to the plenary when we resume again. The time that we will have is short, so that's why it's important for us to take notes so everything gets to us afterwards, so we can receive all of this information. So those of you that are in Brazil, you can take notes, pass the notes to Márcio, and those of you that are participating virtually, I will share you my email and you can send it to me. So we are going to be working for 35 minutes, and then after we are going to join again in the plenary room. Okay, so you have everything is clear for you guys. Any questions? Márcio in Brazil, everything is clear for you guys? Any virtual participants as well have any problems? Everything is okay? Márcio, where are you? Okay, here we are. Everything is okay. So far, so good. All right, wonderful. And for the participants as well? For the virtual participants? Well, anyway, I will go around the room. Manuela will be creating the room. You can choose the communication in English or in a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. So can you read once again the questions so we can take notes, especially for the Brazilians? I'm going to be visiting the rooms to review the questions, but Márcio, please, you should take notes of the challenges, right? Can you read those questions again, Olga? So the first question is how to guarantee the effective participation of small owners. The second is how to guarantee the correct execution of... Okay, the second question would be how to guarantee the correct execution of the activities that the restoration requires. And the third question and final question is how to deal with the monitoring, how to approach the restoration monitoring. Okay, perfect. Maybe then we could leave the questions on the screen. Okay, wonderful, Manuela. So can you create the breakout rooms? And in Brazil, you could be starting your activity. We are going to meet again at 1:10 p.m., 35 minutes from now, in the plenary room, okay? Have a wonderful discussion, and I'm here available if you might need me at any moment. Thank you very much, Elena. We're going to start working here now. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone. So, Elena, how many minutes? Well, we are going to be back at 1:10. 1:10. 30 minutes left. Okay, thank you, Olga. Sorry for interrupting you guys in the middle of the activity. So we have here Brazil, Márcio, everything is okay. Márcio, are you there? Brazilian team? Yes, Elena, here we are. Can you hear us? Yes, perfectly. So if you would like, we can start with your team. I would like to ask you to be very brief, if possible, and not to be very repetitive. Just add the new ideas because we have a short time to hear you. Okay, can I start? Yes, sure. Please go on. Ready? Let's go. Well, we had a lot of discussions. It was really tough, difficult to summarize them, but with the time that we had, we were able to do this work, this activity. It was very well discussed. Thank you so much for everyone's participation. It was really nice. So the first point, the first question, how to guarantee the most effective participation of the small owners, small farmers? Well, to ensure that, to guarantee that, we should have, from the interest of the owners and the community, to include them in all phases with lots of transparency. That's a point. The second point, planning and mobilizing in a way that it should be sensitive for the community since the beginning. Third point, being very careful with the non-exclusion due to the technical language. So, guarantee that the whole process, the full process, should be with a common language that is comprehensible by the community. So these were the 3 points raised for item number 1. Now let's go to question number 2. How can we guarantee the correct execution of restoration activities? Well, involving rural owners on the planning phase, of course, they must be engaged and involved. We must involve all the rural owners. Present the successful cases and work according to the regional expectations. In other words, some expectations are of restoration, others are of agroforest systems, and others are for women inclusion. So it will depend on these expectations, the regional expectations, I'd say. And then we would be ensuring the restoration activities this way. Well, item 3, for question number 3. how to approach the monitoring in the restoration process. Well, the first step is creating an assessment spreadsheet and a follow-up spreadsheet with very well-defined indicators, targets, and deadlines. Engage the community through daily activities. In other words, everyone would be fed, right? They should know where the food is coming from, how this food was produced and prepared. Where did it come from? What plantation, how it was planted, how it was harvested. And then we can guarantee the school education of the children as well, involving them in their daily lives in the community. Okay, Elena, that's what we identified in our work here. I hope we could contribute for the team and for the development of the project in Chile. Oh, yes. Incredible capability to summarize. Thank you so much, Marcio. Thank you so much, all of you gathered in Brazil for this activity. Well, so now we're going to continue with this report in the plenary. Now let's start with the virtual rooms. The room that was speaking in Portuguese and Spanish, or Spanish. Do you have a person to share the results to us? Can you identify yourself, introduce yourself? Well, I reviewed what we did. I volunteered myself to bring this report. Can you hear me well? It seems like Elena cannot hear me. I believe Elena cannot hear me. Yes, I can hear you. Okay. I don't have the Márcio's summarizing capability, but he established a very high level. Well, I will start reading here what we could identify, or the information raised by the group on how to ensure the participation of the small owners. That was the first question, right? Okay, so it was mentioned about the information. Since the beginning, there should be a good flow of information in the project towards everyone, and mainly ensure that the small owners are involved. If the information is not shared, then it's difficult for those owners to be interested and to become a part of the work. And it was also mentioned the difficulty to know the real aspiration of people, the real interest of people, or the desire to know. It's necessary to ask them what they really want, what their expectations would be in relation to the project. And it's also really important for the dream team, or those that are working on the dream team, should recognize these problems or these challenges. And we also had Odelia's participation. She mentioned that it was extremely important to get this participation from the small owners, and we have to establish continuous dialogue and communications with them, listening them. And she also mentioned that it's extremely important to have a good participation. Besides knowing the topic, so they could have a good participation, we should have also a good environmental educational level. And that would give a meaning to what they're doing. If they would need to plant native trees to protect the basins or the protection areas, they should know that there are higher objectives there. That would be the production of water or the production of flowers for beekeeping activities. But there is a commitment that starts with education. And they should not be generated, no losses should be generated regarding the native species in their property. That's a very important point, especially in the small farms, to have a multi-use of the land, having the possibility to generate income since the early stage. The small owners need to have an income, and they should have projects. For example, agroforestry projects. It was widely mentioned. They are very important, the projects to exist. So the owners should have this income since the creation of those projects. But on the other hand, we also mentioned that it was very important to identify the leaders or the representatives. We also mentioned that lots of times these leaders or representatives could have their own agenda. So it's very important to recognize those that have that genuine interest to represent the small owners and to participate in the process. We also talked about the importance of having a good arrival in the communities, educational communities like professors, school principals, people that are important in the community as well. And on the other hand, we have to consider the communities, social communities, and the neighbors associations, and etc. In relation to the monitoring, we also mentioned basically what Marcio said. That would be the generation of methods that consider the simple indicators that are easy to measure. And we also talked a lot about generating a collaborative monitoring process. And also, we talked about the importance of the forest dialogue participation. And in relation to the identification of the small owners, the participation is extremely important because that's exactly where the strong point is, generating the recognition of those that are present in the territory. And going back to the monitoring aspect, people should be part of the project evaluations, trying to establish simple and objective indicators. So the community should be part of that, and this way we can ensure their participation. And in relation to question number 3, how to guarantee the connection or the correct execution of those activities. Once again, we mentioned the simple indicators and the training or the capacity building of those communities so they can continue working with the indicators and developing the indicators, the follow-up of the project since the first moments, and trying to educate quickly as the processes will be followed by a structured, which is from the fund, but these are long-lasting long-term projects. So it's important to deal with the capability, the capacities aspect. And that's it. That's it, Elena, for now. Perfect, Francisco. Thank you so much. So without delonging much, let's go to the other virtual group, the group that was speaking in English, who will share the findings and make the presentation.
I can do that. I was taking notes. Okay, well, we were a very small group, and some of what we discussed has come up already. But a few things. So on the first question, we actually focused particularly on the idea of participation of these dispersed groups of smallholders and what it would take to bring smallholders together in some sort of collective in the way that the work that NGP has seen in Vietnam, where there are some very successful smallholder cooperatives. We're aware that that can be a very long-term process, however, to build those kinds of collectives. But there are existing networks. People don't exist in a vacuum. So you have social and community networks, and you have market connections. So seeing how you can kind of tap into those existing networks, map them out in order to bring people together. And then the other side of that is ensuring that smallholders have a voice in the project as well. And there's lots of examples of effective community participation from conservation projects all over the world. So there are definitely lessons that we can draw on there, and case studies and information of how that has been done effectively in other places. Moving on to to the second question about execution, actually we link this to the idea of monitoring, because if you very carefully planned what you're doing and you've got a monitoring system in place, that can really help with effective execution. So to have your clear reporting milestones and so on, to have all of those structures in place, and also to communicate what you're doing, and to be able to do that in a clear, digestible way that engages people and that inspires people. And then we also talked about events like this one, and making connections between different projects, learning from each other, knowledge exchange, and bringing in different perspectives as well. And then finally, moving on to monitoring, we talked about how important that is for investors to have that reassurance that what they're investing in is actually happened, that there is something that can be measured, although obviously these long-term projects are very challenging. We talked about the importance of trust, and building up credibility, which is why having organizations like WWF that do have a good reputation, kind of like a quality stamp. Again, we talked about the importance of just building a really robust system, with a baseline, with yearly milestones, and having frequent reporting, so that even though you're talking about something that may be very long term and you may not be seeing significant results for a long time, if you at least have these regular, frequent updates, you can see that something is happening, and that again helps to build this sense of trust. And we talked about involving the community in monitoring. I know that's come up before. There have been projects that have involved using app-based monitoring that community members can use. And again, thinking of using technology, also potentially tapping into satellite imaging, drone pictures, remote sensing, where you can actually see changes in land use on the ground. And so a lot of that stuff is out there as well, and maybe there are ways of connecting with that. I think that's most of it, so I'll hand back.
Thank you so much, Barney, for your wonderful summary. And for last, Olga, are you there in the room? Yep. Constanza will be sharing the findings of our group. In relation to the first question, we focused on the prioritization of the contact with community organizations to establish a better contact, to establish a better relation with the neighbors associations and the several associations, because from there we could be obtaining valuable information from all of the participants of the association, neighbors associations. So we have to try to reach all the communities and prioritize those meetings in the territory. For us, the sector, the comuna, and the type of conditions that exist in the comuna or the community, well, we need to reach those communities, and the community should also reach us. We have farmers, small farmers that live remotely, and for them it would be very important to reach our comuna of Empedrado. So it's necessary for us to travel to this place and visit them, to meet, to have these meetings in the associations of neighbors or in the house of those producers, the farmers. Something else related to question number one is, well, we could make a registry of activities, a list of activities. Let's be in contact with the neighbor associations, and let's try to register information and activities about the agriculture and livestock, beekeeping, because then we would have direct information from them. And in question number two, it says that it's necessary to hire service companies or consultancy companies that would carry out those activities, encouraging this way the local employment. And due to fires, lots of those people that live here in Empedrado Comuna these people lost their jobs. Lots of them lost their jobs. So the unemployment rate is very high at the moment. So it's needed. We need to have a better employability rate in our comuna. And what could be better is that the people could offer the services to organize these activities or help organizing these activities. We have also the presential review of the territory, as it was said by everyone previously before us. It's fundamental that the communication should be shared. Well, we should take this information to them, and they should also bring the information to us. And another point is the protection of everything. Well, the protection of the plants. But what we wanted to say here, considering the 2017 fires, is that lots of holdings or farms were disprotected without the perimeter protection, the fences. And after, one of the main problems that we had after the plantations started, the pines started to be planted, the rabbits destroyed those plantations. There are lots of rabbits, and if we want to generate, first we have to focus and concentrate in how to protect the plantations. And then the rigorous control of the invasive species, such as the pinus. Because we lost a lot of species because they are not protected anymore. And the last was an idea, we should have a parcel of control. If we want to regenerate or restore, we should have a quota of control, for example, analyzing the damage to the fauna and analyzing the problems. For example, if we have a native forest, how many plants died in this farm, in this area, and then we could establish a control to raise this information to see where we could be improving. So these were the points that we could raise. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for sharing this summary. And Olga, I will pass you back the word now so you can close the day today, which was dedicated for Chile. You opened representing your team, the dream team in Chile. And now I would like to pass you the word so you can conclude the day. Thank you very much, Alana. Thank you so much for the participants in the Brazilian room. Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you so much for your comments and remarks and your experience shared. All the energy that you sent to us, from Brazil. And I would like to thank all of the virtual participants as well in this long meeting. But I believe that we were able to have a general overview of the process that is being carried out for the project, Mauli Fund project, and also about the challenges that concerns us the most to continue advancing. So thank you so much, everyone, and we will still be connected in the next 2 days. Tomorrow with the Brazilian presentation and experiences, and I hope that also with that special energy, and also on Friday, the celebration day. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. All right, wonderful people. So without delonging much, let's close our day today. Manuela, I don't know if you would like to pin this image. I don't know if I can pin this image. I would like to pin this agenda so we can close our session. So today we had a day to dream. We dreamed. This day was dedicated to Chile, because they are on the dreaming and planning phase. And tomorrow we are going to focus on the Brazil, on the FASB project. FASB project. We have a Brazilian team that is in a different phase of implementation. They are just starting to support the project in the territory. So they are going to report or share to us their experiences. We're going to debate about this experience, and we're going to establish a joint dialogue for solutions like we did today. I apologize for all the technical difficulties we had on this first day. Certainly tomorrow is going to be better, and we're going to be more productive. So see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for your participation, and see you tomorrow. Good day, good morning. Sorry for the delay. Well, it was a regional problem that we had here, this power outage. But, well, here we are again, full of energy, and now we're ready for the transmission. Well, here we are going to have a fair, an exhibit of projects. We are going to be presenting the projects, the projects that are being developed in our region. And we hope that you enjoy the topics that will be discussed and the diversity of these projects. And the developers are all here with us to present their project. And I would like to start this fair with our coordination of origination, who would be giving the support, initial support, for the development and for the advancement of the project. So we're going to be starting here. I would like then to go now to, I will pass the microphone now to Raoni. Good afternoon, all of you with us here today in several parts of the world. My name is Raoni. I will be briefly talking about the origination of the project, which is the area where I work. But I will be very brief because our stars today are the project developers, so I do not want to take much time. And I'm very anxious to hear more about from them as well. The origination is one of the FASB innovations. I do not know any other initiatives that have a similar process that would have this kind of support. Well, since before you having the real concrete project, we work since the beginning, since the base, since when the idea is created and it's turned into a proposal, and then it will become a project. So this way of acting has been thought on and as a way to overcome one of the challenges that was mentioned yesterday by the Chilean friends. That would be how to ensure this participation of the small owners from the communities. How could we be guaranteeing their participation? And one of the suggestions we gave yesterday in the event, day one, was that the projects must be coming from the desire or a need of the owners and the communities themselves. So this is where the origination really starts. Mapping and identifying these desires and helping them to transform these desires into proposals and then into projects in the future. The place where we participate in the event yesterday, where we participated yesterday, is an example of that. It's a community that always had the interest to restore the margins of the river, and they want to transform this desire or this dream. They want to transform this dream of restoring of the banks of the river, the margins of the river, in a project that was approved, and it will be executed by FASB, and you will be able to accompany more about it in the presentation. And for being an innovation, it also brings new challenges that we start understanding and we start solving. And one of these challenges that we visualized in the beginning of this work is that for being uncommon, for being something not so much known, well, it's difficult because the people don't have much knowledge about this process. The origination is here exactly for that. They could be coming to us, looking for us, and we have this challenge ahead of us to take the origination to all the FASB areas. Our projects for now are very well spread, but we could interiorize them a little bit more. Rodrigo is going to be talking more about that during his presentation. And we try to overcome the challenges, and we try to improve at each moment as well. I could be talking also about some of the achievements that we have already made at this early phase, but I think that will be better visualized when the project developers themselves talk about their project and work, so it will be better to visualize the diversity and the wealth of projects that have already been developed. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Hi, I am Danilo Ferraz. I am the representative of the Association of Representatives of Agroforestry in the state of Bahia, and I am presenting the project Praia Vivo. Buraí River is one of the main rivers in our territory, Costa do Descobrimento, Discovery Coast, and it's been suffering a lot with the environmental aspects. And we are going to work in the municipality of Guaratinga, in the community of Novo Horizonte Settlement, which is a community of 67 families, and Buraí River cuts through the settlement. And one of the objectives of the project is the implementation of a seedling greenhouse with the capacity to produce 20,000 native and fruit seedlings, and we are going to have at least 4 task forces to replant those permanent protection areas along our river, Buraí River, in the community, and also at least 4 workshops on agroecology with community representatives and the whole community in general. And what is expected in this project then? Well, we want to implement 40,000. We want to plant 40,000 seedlings produced by the community in this greenhouse that will be developed, and in these areas of permanent protection areas, restoration, and also in the productive areas of the community. We also want to restore and isolate 6 hectares of permanent protection area of Buraí River, and improve the life quality and the income of these families in the Novo Horizonte settlement. Here we have some pictures of the degraded areas along the river, how the situation is currently. We have here an airborne picture of the river area, and we are going to restore these permanent protection areas of the river, connecting these reserve areas, legal reserve areas of the properties, neighboring properties, and to the settlement, creating ecological corridors. So we are going to improve the conditions of the river and the community with this project. This is a waterfall, a natural waterfall, inside the settlement area, which is also a great potential that the community has. And we are going to be encouraging and improving the implementation of this project as well. Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon. My name is George. I represent a community currently called Canabrava community in the municipality of Alcobaça, where we have been 100 associate members, and I'm representing them. We have here lots of crops with like manioc, pineapple, and I'm here representing areas where we have the agroforest area. We have this agroforest where we created with this project, FASB project. We are going to have a great importance because we are going to bring solutions, one, to our environmental education aspect, and also we're going to connect the ecological corridor in our location, our site, bringing a better quality food product to our people, where we have a silos in Boca da Mata, and we have work where we already sell and offer in the fairs. We already have a proposal to go to markets, sell our product baskets, and this project with FASB, we're going to bring a lot of development to our community, where we will generate jobs for the families, and now we're going to bring another importance, and we're going to see how we're going to help the family farmers Also because we have a lot of problems there. One is the unemployment. Unemployment is a concern for our youth. So our hope is that one day that the youth could be prepared and they could go back to the family farming, because the old ones are getting tired and they need to retire. And if they come back to family farming, we can continue with agriculture activities, and we are not going to have shortage of food. That's it. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Artaz. I'm the coordinator of Project Forma da Natureza, the sustainable art craft that protects the Atlantic forest. Good afternoon. My name is João Paiaya. I am the leadership of one of the 5 communities that will be contemplated by this project, and I will also be responsible for the coordination and the follow-up with the project since the first phase of mobilization until the last phase of reforestation that I will accompany all the process. Thank you very much, João. The main objective of this project is to be able to offer an income alternative to Pataxó community, which produce art craft with native wood, native timber. This wood is extracted from these fragments of forests in this region, where we had, 40, 50 years ago, it used to be an extensive forest that correspond to the Atlantic forest. Currently, we have only small patches and fragments of this forest. So the main objective of this work is to encourage the replacement of native wood coming from the forests, native forest of the region, for planted forest, planted wood, mainly the eucalyptus wood or timber. And with secondary objectives, it would be the income generation and the strengthening of the associations and the art craft groups that work with this kind of wood. And another important point is to work on the supply to the wood or the timber supply. The artisans use wood that they have to buy somewhere else from another indigenous or a non-indigenous person who extracts this timber from one of these fragments of the region. So the idea would be that this person also becomes a producer of that timber that she will be using in the future for producing his art craft. So summarizing, we intend to develop around 120 artisans, and that will generate a multiplying effect of almost 600 people benefited by the project. They will work on an area of 10 hectares of restoration. They will work with a plantation area to harvest wood or timber in the future in a 10-hectare area, and we are going to work with innovation as well. In other words, the art craft will be going from father to children throughout generations, and it changes just a little. So the idea is through this design and through the technological innovation, they also could be incorporating other kinds of products that could be adding value to their work. In a way of a more customized art craft or a more personal, individual art craft, and not this popular, common art craft, the same kind of art craft everywhere and all over the region, but to focus a little bit more, customizing on the characteristic of the art craft production. Thank you so much, everyone. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Danilo Senti. I am a forest engineer. The movement of defense in Porto Seguro. The project will recover the ciliary vegetations and springs, besides creating ecological corridors. It's a project that we are going to be restoring the 100 hectares of area, restoring the springs, ciliary forests along the rivers, and also interconnecting these fragments, forest fragments or forest patches. And this project also considers the social aspect, because 40% of the 100 hectare would be through agroforestry systems, SAF in Brazil. So 40% of this area will be with SAFI, agroforestry systems. So We have partners, these agroforestry producers of the region, the Association of Forest Producers in the extreme south of Bahia, ASPEX, they are also our partner, and the 4 ecological corridors would be distributed in 4 municipalities of the region: Porto Seguro, Santa Cruz Cabral, Eunápolis, and Itagimirim. These ecological corridors, as I said, they have this role to interconnect the forest fragments, restoring the margins of the river, and we also have as an activity the training, capacity building of people in this forest restoration chain, in the collection of seedlings, and also in the production of seedlings, collection of seeds, production of seedlings, and also the forest plantation. That's it. Thank you so much. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Sueli Abadi from MBBS, and I'm here, very glad to be here presenting this work of 2 decades, where we fight to preserve a small basin of 48 square kilometers, which provides water to a municipality. So since the year 2000, we're fighting for the preservation of this basin, water basin, and we've been contemplated. And I thank you so much for the contemplation, for the grant, because it is the dream of MPPS. It is a 3-phase project, but in this first phase, it is the diagnosis. Here we have one of the Embasa's water catchment points, and this is the picture of the dam. No, this is the picture of the dam on top, and this is the image of the basin. It's a small basin that provides water to 130,000 families. So it's interesting for us to mention how they could not pay attention to a municipal water supply that has only this basin. The municipality doesn't have other places to get water from. Maybe underground water, well, it's too much contaminated and we have no condition. Otherwise, Embasa would already do that. We don't have other rivers to help us, just this river. So now we are going to have the diagnosis, promoting the awareness and the mobilization of the community, mainly the awareness, because it was impacted highly for the public work, killing or impacting most of the springs. I believe there is a good possibility to restore and recover about 80% of them, and the awareness or the sensibilization to stop the invasion of the rural areas that is invading towards the basin, impacting the water supply. And the second and third phase where we are going to have another project that will be sending FASB will be the phase of reforestation, and we are going to work with a payment for environmental services, contributing with those people somehow, helping those people financially, that will help us preserve the basin to provide water or supply water to the municipality. It's a large municipality. Currently we have 132 families. Official data of Embasa in the future could be 150 families. I'm going very quickly here because of time. This is our project. We have here the general aspects and the expected results and the definition of the priority areas for the restoration. I mentioned priority. Everything is a priority, but when everything is a priority, you don't have a priority. So first, we are going to identify these areas that really will be giving us the condition to provide water. And the others, according to the advancement of the projects, they will be also contemplated. That's it. Thank you so much. And that's all of it. Thank you for everything. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Jesus. I'm here representing Sombabi, which is the Community Association of Baixa Verde Producers, and I'm going to talk about our project. Our project is called Rescuing the Well-Being, the Welfare, or it's we have native trees of the territory forest associated to several fruit trees, and also associated to mid and long food cycles to ensure the food security of all the families and the generation of income with excessive products. Here's the map of the area. The project will be implemented in these collective areas and also along the margin of the river. This is a project that's already been carried out by the community, but with our own initiative. And with this FASB project now, we're going to have more initiative, more support to be able to expand the project and the area. The objective of this project is to reforest a water spring area, to be able to share water independence or sovereignty of the settled families. And besides that, we want to restore the fauna and the flora through the plantation of species in the region. To be able to attract the fauna that will spread the seeds and restore the areas which is already called Capoeira area, which is the restoration phase of the Atlantic forest. The project will benefit 61 families of the area, and we already produce food. They already produce and sell in their fairs. We have a group of women in this area that is being specialized in manufacturing manioc and cassava, and they're producing 30 byproducts, pies, cakes, and there's another product. The art craft is also very famous in the area. And besides that, one of the main points of the project is to leverage the agroecological actions in agrarian reform settlements, because we know that lots of times the settled ones insist in the protection model that not always bring the expected result, and they just create the debts and they don't produce in the areas. Here we already work with agroecology. We have a agroforestry system with manioc, corn, and other crops, and we're going to continue this process with this SAFI, or the agroforestry system that is already implemented. But the ones that we're going to implement with FASB project, we're going to be producing in an agroecological way, respecting the natural resources and the elements of the nature. Any questions about the project, you can just ask me. Thank you so much for the opportunity and everyone's support. Hello everyone. It's better on this side. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Nelson. I am an agronomist. I'm here representing the Mana Brasil Association. And we set a FASB proposal with the idea to implement agroecological projects, which are integrated and sustainable, connected to the Atlantic forest. And this project would be a pen to raise chicken. And around this structure, we would have the plantation, as you could see in this picture here, in a circular shape around this structure. We would have the integration between livestock and agriculture. So we have this idea to implement it in 3 municipalities in the Discovery Coast, in the municipalities of Itapebica, Balada, and Porto Seguro. The idea would be to benefit 35 families, but FASB asked us to make a better diagnosis in the area and select these families in a more appropriate way, so we could be really defining who would be these 35 families with the ideal profile to be in the project. So this first phase of the project would be a diagnosis to know what would be better to identify these families. We're going to be selecting the family and mobilizing the public power to support us in this. And the project needs agricultural mechanization to clean the area, to level or to prepare the terrain for the system. So we would be supported with machinery, oil and machinery operators. And so we have this need for the partnership. And in this phase of the project, in the first phase of the project, we would be mobilizing the public power, not only in this, but also in other aspects. So they could be supporting us in the implementation of the second phase of the project, that would be really to implement the 35 systems after we have the 35 families selected, pre-selected, and the families would be already ready and mobilized, so we could be starting the intervention. So the expected results now, well, for the first phase would be to mobilize and pre-register the 35 families. We already have, Umana already has experience with other projects in other areas, other agroecological systems implemented in the south of Bahia, in the west of Bahia as well, in the margins of São Francisco River. We also have other projects, let's say 60 agroecological projects. So we have a lot of expectations, so the project could achieve important results and outcomes as it was in the territory, adding income, bringing more income, and improving the food security conditions. The social aspect, the environmental aspect also. So that's a project that really brings improvement in their life quality of the families. And also I have to say that in the project we have the purchase of seedlings, native seedlings, and also fruit seedlings that we could be expanding and improving this matter of the landscape. And who knows, maybe having including it in the agroforestry systems as well. So in the second phase of the project, besides the 5G implementation, we have this idea of including seedlings to create these agroforestry systems or productive backyards. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. We have this as a goal for the first phase, and we hope to be successful in this first phase. And in a second moment, then we could be really implementing the systems with the communities and with the families all defined. Thank you. Good luck, everyone. Well, good morning, good afternoon. I am Carolina Kifuri. I am ethnobotanics and researcher in the Center of Studies for Agroecology in the Federal University of South of Bahia. The team that works with me is Nilza de Jesus, who is the militant for MST, the Landless Workers, a settled person from this project that I will talk about, and a technician in agroecology, and Nilson Bittencourt, who is an economist working in CEPLAN, and we have TV Web Cultura, TV that makes regional documentaries, and also Danilo Ferraz, who is an agronomist and works with agroecological settlements here in South Bahia, Southern Bahia. Our project is called Forestry Restoration of Degraded Areas in Newton Santos Settlement in Porto Seguro, Bahia, where we were yesterday for our day. Newton Santos Settlement has approximately 3,000 hectares, and there 137 families of family farmers live settled there in this region. Our proposal is to restore 10 hectares of permanent protection areas in Buranhém River. Here it would be the area of Buranhém River that we would like to restore. This is the Buranhém River. It's a very important river for the region. It is the water catchment river for one of the largest cities of the region. This area is degraded, as you could see in this picture here. Besides siltation or shoaling, this area is degraded, and we have another issue, which is erosion. And besides that, we are going to have the implementation of a greenhouse for 20,000 seedlings, and the idea is also to establish an ecological corridor. These 10 hectares would make us or enable the ecological corridor connecting to another area of 70 hectares. And all of this work will be done in a task force, in a task group with the settled people from Newton Santos settlement. And we're going to have community meetings to plan, to register, to record, and all of the activities. And this project has already started. We already have several registries and assessments and evaluation of the project. And the idea is also to produce a documentary. It's already being registered and material as well. And this material will be produced together with the local schools of the settlement. So what do we expect of this work, from this work? Well, of course, the formation of these 10 hectares of forest and the ecological corridor connecting to the 70 hectares, and reduce the erosion in along the rivers since the spring, and the maintenance of soil collection quality and biodiversity, besides generating income for those families. The species that we chose would be ornamental, medicinal, for food as well, with economical value, and of course producing knowledge associated to the school in the settlement. Here we could see the map of the settlement. In the settlement we have 6 kilometers of Buranhém River. This is our first project. We have the idea to do other ones, so we could also restore other areas such as this one. Thank you so much. That's it. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Bardi Lemos, one of the founders and director of projects for the environmental group Natureza Bela. We work in extreme southern Bahia for over 20 years. We have an experience in these 20 years with around 850 hectares of restored area, mainly in conservation areas. Our project, well, the implementation of SAFI in indigenous territories, experience that we have with 50 hectares funded by BNDES. We work with the indigenous communities, and we foster all the work and all the procurement of seedlings or purchase of seedlings with the local communities. We have this work in several areas. Here, we were able to leverage and develop a greenhouse with the indigenous cooperative Coplanger. Then they are who provide seedlings for our project. In this project, we are going to act in the tribe of Cassian. The objective, besides implementing this agroforestry system, SAFI, would be to keep preserved an important biome or part of the Atlantic Forest biome, which is the national park and historical park of Monte Pascoal, because the indigenous are there and they survive in a small area having handcraft or artcraft as an alternative. Our objective is to bring other alternatives, and that these alternatives should, well, not only lose the focus for preserving the Atlantic forest. That's why our SAFI will always have at least 850 species, native species. And with that, we can generate a seed bank to provide seeds for the greenhouses of the region. And besides promoting social and environmental work, ensuring the food security, because we are going to be working with crops, agricultural crops, during the implementation. And with time, we're going to be introducing the fruit production for the subsistence or the livelihood of these people. As partners, historical partners, we have the Council of Tribe Leaders. It's ICMBio, and we articulated in the region as Impact Regional Unit, set with several institutions to carry out these projects in this territory. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the FASB team for receiving our proposal and also all the funding agents. I am the last to present here, but I will talk about the social and environmental relevance of all the proposals that were mentioned here in phase 1 and phase 2. I am Altena Silverghi. I am the co-founder and the executive director for Instituto Mãe Terra, which is an organization of the civil society, almost 15 years old, acting in the Descobrimento Coast and extreme southern Bahia. Mãe Terra Institute also has a commitment and is. We try to leverage the power of these people and the traditional community in the peripheries, encouraging their productive arrangements, thinking on this welfare issue, and in these macro actions of Mãe Terra, we have one more specifically with local productive arrangements, which accommodates the strategy of solidarity economies and other economies, our technical assistance service and rural extension, besides the encouragement of what doing and in what places. This year, Mãe Terra is still considering this experience and working with 18 sustainable agroecology projects. But we had the solution, the feeding and the health for welfare, being recognized as one of the 10 solutions that are most innovative for GP 2030 and IDS. And this proposal that is called agroforestry, food security, and nutritional security for the well-being. So we were activated by the indigenous tribe Pataxó, located in the indigenous land Pataxó in Barra Velha, around the national park of Monte Pascoal, Pascoal Mountain, in the municipality of Itamaraju, and we made an initial visit here. This picture is the visit that we made before the presentation or the submission of the proposal, to think on the technical scope of the project or the process of the proposal. And this proposal also has the commitment to comply with, well, one of the objectives of the solution would be the implementation of a demonstrative unit, SAF unit, focusing on food security and nutrition. So the project is basically focused on the implementation of the SAF system, focusing on apple, and also deliver technical assistance in the rural area. Also, these social environmental services are very relevant for the Pataxó community, and especially develop the social community strength and supporting the representative association, so we can ensure the sustainability of the project throughout time. So this area is an area that was reserved maybe for one collective of the year to implement something here. We intend to, until the end of the year, to reach this number here. So our idea is to replicate this in the following years, and as a result, and we also have this Safi perspective, would be the restoration of the environmental services and the promotion of local and territorial biodiversity. So we are going to make whatever possible for this area to, of approximately 1 or 2 hectares, could be at most with biological diversity. You could see some improvements here. It's an area on the margin of Highway 367, easy access, and also in relation to food production. One of our objectives here in the main is to plant and integrate the native species with the fruit species. And that's it for now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Altemar, for presenting your project. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rodrigo. I am a biologist, and I've been working as the monitoring coordinator for FASB project. First of all, I'd like to thank all the project developers in these 2 FASB calls for the proof of the project where they could present a little bit of the perspectives of work and expected results for developing their work. And I would like to ask for your attention now, and I would like to talk a little bit of our territory. This is a map that demonstrates the 21 municipalities where FASB works in a region where we have about 4 million hectares. In these colors here, the green colors, we could see the protected areas or the units of conservation, national parks and biological reserves and extractivist reserves. In yellow, we could see the demarked areas for indigenous lands. We have some of them in our region. And in the yellow dots, we have the project approved, and in purple or pink we have and in the last 2 announcements we have the concentration of this north-south project, and we have a very important highway cross cutting through this region. And as a challenge for the next calls, as Raoni mentioned in the beginning, the idea would be to bring the project towards the interior, in the border with the Minas Gerais state, to be able to expand the actions to all municipalities of FASB areas. So now we're going to be talking about the coordination of project monitoring. I now work when the proposals are approved, and I receive the documents of the developers to be able to work together with other members of the team to develop the contracts. This elaboration of contracts is very bureaucratic, but we are overcoming it. And a second moment, after the beginning of the activities, we are going to start working with the follow-up of the project, and that is going to be represented basically by the following 2 groups of indicators. One, the performance indicator that will be accompanied if the proposals are being really developed within the correct deadline and with the appropriate use of resource for each phase. A second group of set of indicators would be the impact indicators, and then we are going to be observing and accompanying the number of hectares that was restored by these projects. In a second moment, the number of hectares preserved in our region by the implementation of these projects or through the implementation of these projects. And another set of indicators also is related to people that work in these projects. So the number of families involved in the settlement and task forces, and also the number of workers being hired or contracted for the development of these works. And I also could be mentioning some of the challenges that we have been facing here. One of these challenges would be related to the banking agencies, the banks of the region. When we to conclude the transfer of resources. That's an area that I expected not to have so many problems, and we have been working very hard to be able to unblock this bureaucracy that the banks have been showing for us. And then the second that I already mentioned as well is related more to the interiorization of the project for this region, closer to the border to the neighboring state, Minas Gerais. And you could see in the round of project presentations that we have several objectives. So the project will be working with workshops for capacity building in the community, so that's a part related to the knowledge transfer. We are going to see the work on the field with the plantation of seedlings and for the objective of restoration, but also for the objective to develop more friendly systems for the land use. So work with agroforestry systems, work with silvi pastoral systems, and integrated system with the production of small animals as well, rearing of small animals. And we also hope that with these indicators and being closer to the project developers, we are able to have success in all of them and give a long life to FASB. And as the last comment, I would like to say to the developers that they should visualize the FASB work team, me, Raoni, Márcio, and our other colleagues, as an extension of their work teams or their staffs for striving for solutions, anticipation of issues that could be solved during the development of the project. That's it. I hope you have enjoyed our project fair, and I will pass the word back now to Marcio. And thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Thank you very much, all of you presenting your project here with us. Well, this is FASB. I hope all of you have enjoyed it with diversity, and the event, well, the study tour for us has been very rich, wealthy. All of us are here exchanging ideas, experiences, and learning. And we've been seeing in the conversations that the project developers are meeting each other and looking for partnerships to present in new projects. And this has been a very wealthy moment. All of them are here. And Elena, the word is back to you now. And with these people here, that all of them here, I hope that you guys have enjoyed the project. And that's it, Elena. Thank you so much for these outstanding presentations. And let's take some advantage of this moment here in the time that we have left to get some questions from the presential participants, but also the virtual participants. And we could see some presentation. We have one about the origination of the project, and then we went to the fair of projects, where we heard the project developers with all of the diversity of the project funded in this first window of FASB project. And they also talked about the challenges of monitoring the correct implementation of the project. I believe that the participants, probably you have lots of questions, so I would like to invite you, the participants, to be making your questions directly. I think, or if you would like, you can write on the chat, and I can turn on your microphones, and let's go to the question and answer moment. So you can raise your hand as well in Zoom. I would like to invite you all to make the questions and to clarify any points or doubt you might have about the project. Elena, I have a question. I would like to ask all of you, I would like to greet all of you first, congratulate them for the work that they're doing, and also for the clear presentations they made about the several different initiatives that they are carrying out. It makes a lot of sense to us here in Chile. Also, the same concepts that we have here, and the same type of activities. Well, so they are very aligned. The Brazilian project is very aligned to our interests, what we want to develop in Chile. I would like just to make a question now, a general question to the team. How could you approach the strengthening, the organizational strengthening, and the trust connectivities? How were you able to strengthen the organizational work of the settlements? How could you deal with that in the project? Okay, thank you so much, Olga. Marcio, would you like to answer, or would you like someone else to answer this question? Yes, Elena, I could be answering this question, and if anyone else would like to compliment, I anybody else from the team could be feel free to compliment. But well, what do we see? The contact and the field visit. Well, this event is being outstanding because we are being able to integrate and engage all of the project developers, and each day, more like yesterday and today, I believe that tomorrow we are also going to be together. So we are going to be increasing the success of FASB, because here we could see the project developers really interested in making their best and doing their best to deliver the best for FASB, so then FASB could have more projects funded and succeeding. So if anybody else would like to complement with anything, any experience, okay? So the Haoni will complement something here. The coordinator of origination. Well, in the case of strengthening, the institutional strengthening, we already have a background in the region with the associations and the communities and the owners to be organized in associations, cooperatives. So we did not find much difficulties for this. We have a great variety of associates now already organized and prepared to receive the project. And in this challenge of interiorization, well, we're imagining these new areas that we haven't been able to reach yet. That may be one of the reasons. Yeah, that would be one of the main reasons, because we don't have those associations organized already and strengthened. And then the idea would be that FASB fund and origination could work for receiving and encouraging and leveraging this structuring. Okay, Rony, thank you. Anybody else? Good afternoon. My name is Joanildo Oliveira Farias. I am the member of a community, and I think that one of the things, answering to our Chilean friend, that took FASB to achieve to have the trust of the communities, I believe that two factors led I as a member of a community, to trust FASB, is the transparency in the management itself. We have lots of communities here that are part of the directory of FASB. So the FASB meetings normally are held with the communities themselves. And that, in my point of view, leads into this trust. It makes us trust this entity that is bringing to us the responsibility to discuss together, debate together, and that's a fundamental point. Thank you. Thank you, Zuza. One more person. Hi, once again, good afternoon. Mãe Terra, and we believe that for the productive systems to be successful and to ensure its sustainability in the mid and long term, we really need to consider the social and community strengthening, not as a peripheric development. That's why we prioritize these environmental aspects. In case of Mãe Terra, we included the institutional strengthening of that represents this number of women, and we also will contemplate the organization of but we're going to think on the structuring of the solidarity economy in a collective of women. There is a collective of women, so we want to strengthen this collective of women, and we also have to to consider the relevant role of the social movement themselves in the territory. So in the case of our proposal, it is a proposal that has the validation and has the support of the movement of the peoples and the indigenous organization of South Bahia, where while we execute the project, we will be contributing with the strengthening of it. Thank you very much, Atama. Elena, do you have time for one more? Yes, yes. Good afternoon. I am Marcos Lemos from the environmental group Natureza Bela. I'd say that this trust is happening due to having a regional thinking. I think it's important to congratulate the technical team, FASB technical team, people that we already know that work in the territory and can visualize the whole territory, and they know that we have a lot of participants and interested parts doing this work for a long time, and this capability to unite and connect and make this interconnection with the several stakeholders in the territory fighting for the same results under the coordination of people that are so capable, and those people that we know bring to us this safety and makes us every time more be more connected with the social movements and the black resistance movement. So we are a multi-diverse territory with a lot of problems forgotten by the federal government, and we are the resistance. All of these developers here has a background of resistance, and this background or history of resistance that I would like to congratulate FASB for noticing and connecting and valuing these people that are working in the territory. So that's what will strengthen every time more this type of importance that we're going to, well, we're establishing not only today, but I hope that this is a very long-lasting partnership. Thank you so much, Marcos. Well, Elena, that's it. Any other questions? Yeah, let's see if we have any other questions now. So now it is the right moment for you to make questions. When were you in front? When was the last time that you were with so many project developers in Bahia? Okay, we have some hands raised. We have Andrew with hands raised. Please, Andrew, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and hello from Scotland. It's not as sunny and as warm here as it is in Brazil. Thank you for these inspiring presentations. It's been really great to hear about the projects and hear about how FASB is working. I just wondered if Marcio can tell us a little bit more about how the FASB projects are chosen and what indicators are used to select the different projects that receive funding.
Hi, Andrew. Wonderful question. And well, the FASB projects, Andrew, they are submitted by a form through a system, a BI system, where they are submitted or presented initially to a committee. And this regional committee is composed by leaderships from the traditional communities, composed by the academia leadership and the entrepreneurial leadership, and also leadership from the organized civil societies, the NGOs. We also have the ranking of the projects first, and then afterwards we send all of the projects are sent with this previous analysis for the technical team from NGPTA, where we have this technical analysis and technical reports which are sent then to the investors. These investors, based on the technical reports, they will make their choices on what projects would be contemplated. So the final decision is from the investors. And I believe that always the selections or the choices have been aligned to the regional concept itself. And Anybody else, if you would like to add more information? Rodrigo, Raoni, our team, who is also involved in this selection process. Did I say everything? Yeah? Okay, that's it. And, okay, yeah, that's right, the indicators. And, of course, the principles that they are in our guide, in our manual. They are the principles that we would say that they are the technical criteria. All of the projects have to approach the restoration, conservation, regional development, social development, and income generation aspects. And besides that, we have some very well established goals in FASB, as it was already said previously in the past meetings, that are targets or goals of 1,500 hectare restoration or 1,500 hectare restoration with native vegetation, and 1,500 hectares also for sustainable land use, and leveraging 5 projects for that could have commercial investments. So that should not depend on a lost fund process, that then themselves could be sustaining themselves and becoming a business. I hope I have answered you well, Andrew. Thank you for your participation. Thank you so much, Marcio. And I have another question meanwhile. And so just to start, I will make another question. There is a question that has 2 points to it. The first point to it would be those points, based on the FASB fund, what would be your view to be supporting the project? What is the long-term view, I'd say? And the second part of this question is more focused to the project developers, and would be the other side, right? The other side of the coin. What support do you expect? What long-term support do you expect from FASB? I believe that we can start then here with the project developers. I think it's a very important question for them to answer. Let's take advantage that they are here to answer. So what would be the support, the long-term support that you would be expecting to get from FASB? Marcos, please. Yeah. Well, all the support. It should be long-lasting support first. We are always trying to emphasize that, but evidently what we expect is that this fund and that support should be able to foster the several segments that we have in this territory and visualize this lack of social balance that we have. And we have to see this region as an important region for the Atlantic forest biome, and FASB and the technical team has to focus on this as well, so we can incorporate the ecological corridors of the Atlantic forest and consider this region as a resistance, a fight, an occupation process that started here in the region of Porto Seguro. And here we have the people that really needs and must be taken care of and that were forgotten. But we should not be just a long-lasting project for just one, but we should be involving other people as well. The developers here could be involved in other projects, and this way we would be open pathways for other warriors and from our territory. So we could be transforming really our region into a prosperous region, socially balanced and ecologically experienced by all of us, and socially capable to make us all proud. Thank you so much, Marcos. And we have here another person to complement. I am Sueli Abadi from NDBS. Our specific case here, well, we want to produce water. Our 2 projects want to produce water. They talk about this water spring restoration in a corridor, and we have to work with the awareness and the sensibilization of the producer, and the men of the land, the people of the land, so they have to preserve. It's not the moment they have to stop impacting the springs. We have to go beyond that, and we have to make them believe that, well, the cattle is important, but the water is much more important, because without water, he will die and the cattle will die. And this is a first phase project that will be developed into a second and a third phase in the future. For next year, we're going to be presenting the complementation of this project. So we're going to focus again on water. That's our focus, even though our focus is the reforestation, preserving, and monitoring. But without water, none of these three actions will exist. So we have been fighting for preserve a micro basin of 48 square kilometers for 20 years, and we aren't being able. So the FASB with us was a blessing, because at first now we are going to be able to work with the diagnosis and the implementation of a diagnosis, and this project will be self-sustainable when we have a second phase of reforestation and the payment for ecosystem services. We'll pay the producers to preserve that water spring that is providing water, bringing water, currently around 132,000 people in the municipality of Porto Seguro. So I believe that these two projects that we presented, talking about water and reforestation, they have a lot of chances and possibilities, huge possibilities, to be self-sustainable, because the view of the men, when I refer to men, I mentioned both genders, men and women. We notice that the climate change has a significant impact also in our region, which is a region with a lot of rain, but we're also feeling a lot of the impact from the lack of rain. So we cannot say that January and February will rain and March doesn't rain. No, we don't know. This year we had a small change in this pattern. So we are in other projects implementing demonstrative units, and sometimes we have to run because it's raining now. And where we expected the rain, it's different. It changed. So we count with that support. So when you were asking about the future will be these two projects being self-sustainable, and some other projects that we'll be bringing, always with this idea of becoming self-sustainable at a long term. I don't know if I covered all your question. I hope so. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sueli. And now another person would like to complement with something. Well, I will be very brief, but another point that I think it's very relevant for us is that the investors are not only investing financial resources, and this is the message that I would like to pass for the investors and those people that are interested in supporting the project of the territory. Come visit us, to know us. I understand that we are still in a situation, a health delicate situation, but it's very important. It's a priority. When the contribution must be much more than financial. It must be emotional as well. The person must visit our region, must visit our communities, must know what is going on here, and be part of this huge process of transformation that is going on here with your support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone here. And just to remember that this meeting, was also made possible because everyone here was tested for COVID, and everybody was tested negative for COVID. So that's very important. That's why we are having this special moment here, because here COVID is very far from us. Elena, I think we lost the first part of the question. If you'd like to repeat your question again. Okay, perfect. Okay, I was asking Marcio on the other side. Well, since FASB, the team behind the fund, FASB fund, what would be the view that you have on a long term to continue supporting the project? Oh, okay. Well, it's what we're doing now, I would say, which is engaging everyone with one unique single objective, which is deliver good results, outcomes. We are sure that if everyone here deliver results, we are going to have much more investors, many more investors wanting to invest in FASB. So that's why it's important, as Oscar was saying here, for the investors to come here, to see the results, to see the outcomes, and when the results start being to show, I'm sure that they will be positive because everybody here is working together, and they know that the success of one is not only their success, but everyone's success. But one's failure, yes, will mean everyone's failure. So we are here together on the same boat and with the same responsibilities and sailing toward success. Thank you so much, Marcio. Thank you so much for all the developers. And we have one hand raised in Zoom, Shauna.
Hi. Hello from Italy, and thank you all very much for this excellent overview, and congratulations on the amazing progress. I know that FASB and some of the projects have been going on for many years now, but under this FASB umbrella, I know it's still quite young, and it's very, very impressive, the progress that's been made. Also aware that under the current FASB funding calendar, there's funding only for a few more years, as long as I'm understanding it correctly. My question is in terms of long-term sustainability. Of course, there's current fundraising going on for continuing of FASB activities and also for developing projects to become commercial themselves. My question, I guess, is more in terms of long-term risks that are external to project developers and FASB. Maybe it's other developers or government initiatives or change in policies, obviously climate risks as well. My question is related to long-term, these kind of out of control or out of your direct network of stakeholders, how you intend to kind of keep an eye on these. And after the, let's say, FASB window of funding has expired, how, in addition to just monitoring, which of course can be funded at a relatively low cost, what if there needs to be major interventions in order to upkeep that these restoration initiatives in order to make them long-term sustainable? I'm wondering if anyone has any, I guess you could say, contingency plans for these external risks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shauna, for this question. Yes, naturally, this is a point which is a core point for us internally, but also in the meeting, we are going to be discussing with different portfolios. I believe that we are going to have several options for the future. On one hand, as Marcio was saying, yes, FASB delivering these projects, and as soon as the project succeed, I am sure that new investors and the current investors will be attracted by the model, and therefore there will be a phase 2 and phase 3. But beyond that, the projects themselves that in this moment are being developed and in the implementation phase, they themselves will be generating their own return. We're going to have return in the social component. We're going to have, because all the organization of the projects have a strong social component, and also biodiversity returns. And in the current reality, all of these projects will be making deliveries also to the climate change aspect as well. And that's an active, that's an asset, that's an additional value of the project. And this long-term view for FASB is that what we are going to develop these strong partnerships with the developers. We're going to continue working with these developers, and we're going to continue helping them. And sorry, but we lost Louis' connection for a second. And we are going to be attracting as a new generation of investors that really want these returns that we are working on: the social return, environmental return, and climate return. So I believe that's the strategy for us to continue looking towards the future and attracting more investments for the region. Thank you so much. Do we have any other comments from that side? Nope. Okay. So we have 4 minutes to the closing of our day. Márcio, I will pass the word back to you so you can close the day. The day where we focused on Brazil and in the project phase, in this phase of the implementation. Well, Helena, as I said before, it has been a wonderful day for all of us here. Fantastic. It was wonderful to talk to all of you, engage and integrate with all of you, verify that lots of the projects have a synergy, exchange of information, and we hope that, or expect that, well, we should do this in a way that this could be used as a model for other initiatives in other countries, in Brazil itself, in other regions in Brazil. And it's always good to be here showing you everyone and preparing ourselves to show everyone. It would be like we are already working. All of us would be working on the field. But the truth is that we are all working here together on this field, and I believe that increasingly we are going to be trying to organize these meetings, and if possible, be passing and transferring the results the best way possible in the NGP network, so everyone could have access to it, because everyone could see the project. And I hope that I could put a little bit of curiosity to all of the collaborators and NGP workers and supporters, that so they want to know more, or they want to accompany more each of these projects. And also for the investors to demonstrate their interest, so they are more interested in each of these projects, because we are sure that new projects will come. And this diversity also could be attracting new regional developers and also new investors. And it was a wonderful day. It was delightful to be here with everyone at the NGP team. Thank you so much for your attention, everyone, and for your work, Helena. It was a great pleasure. Thank you so much, Márcio. And now we are going to be closing the day with our agenda. We close the day here, day 2. And we're going to continue with the cycle of landscape restoration. And tomorrow again, we're going to do something that we can only do in a virtual event, that is being in 2 countries at the same time. We're going to be in the celebration phase, the last phase, the celebration of the project cycle, together with our dream team in Chile and our dream team in Brazil. And also, we are going to be connected to the next dream. What is being dreamed by NGP beyond these restoration fund and landscape restoration funds. So let's celebrate together what has been achieved up to today by Brazil and Chile. So without delonging much, we'll meet again tomorrow. I hope we don't have technical surprises like in day 1 and day 2. And we will meet again in the same place, same time tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye. believe that we are all ready to start this third and last day of our study tour through the cycle of projects with the restoration funds from NGP. I will be once again sharing the agenda. The agenda for today. As you could see, the study tour agenda. We started with Chile with the planning and the dreaming and planning phase. And that's where we are in the project of in the cycle of the project. And yesterday we could hear more from Brazil, which is in the phase of doing and implementation. And today we are going to be traveling with Mauli Fund and the FASB Fund. We're going to travel towards the celebration phase. This phase, which is the last phase of the project, is a celebration in a broader sense. The celebration is a moment of reflecting about the pathway being taken and what has already been learned, and recognizing the efforts and connecting with the new dreams. And after celebrating, we are going to connect with the new dreams, and this trip never ends. So we are going to start with the celebration then. And the first thing I'd like to do is connect with the Brazilian participants and our Chilean participants to greet everyone. Hello, Sala Brazil, Brazil Room. Can you hear us? Hello, good morning, Helena. Here we are. We all here very anxious to start today's activities. Can you tell us a little bit of where you guys are at? Well, we are here, and well, come here. I'll show you. I'll show you a little bit of this. I'll show you where we are at. Take a look at this. Look where we are at, Elena. Is this a beautiful place or what? Yes, it looks pretty nice. Here we are in Bahia. We are here in Coroa Vermelha, in the southern region of Bahia state, and we are here in this territory of the indigenous land, Povos Guerreiros. And we were very well received, and certainly here we are really anxious for this great event today and contribute as much as we can for the day today. Perfect. Thank you so much, Marcio. And now let's connect to our other room in Chile. Olga, are you there? Hi, Elena. Hello, everyone. In the different places around the world. Hello to the Brazilian team. Well, we here today in Chile, we are going to be connected remotely. I am in the south of Chile, in the city of Temuco, and we have some other people connecting as well today from Empedrado Comuna, the community, which is the priority community in our project. And we have a group of women which will also be connected. And they work with extractivism, and they're going to share their experience with our group. So we are going to be connected online, but we're full of energy. Okay, thank you very much, Olga. Okay, let's start with the celebration. Celebration is the only phase, or the last phase of the project cycles. And we understand the celebration in a broader sense. It's a moment of reflection, connection with the next dreams. And that's what we are going to do here today. Connect to our next dreams. In other words, what NGP is dreaming of to go beyond the Mauli Fund and beyond the Fundo Ambiental Sul Baiano, FASB. So both associations would be the materialization of a dream, NGP dream, that would be um, like the description and characterization of GP as an investment case. This would be a strategy for investing. And how could NGP be attracting the investors in an irresistible way? This is a new case, a new dream. This is the new work that we are doing here in NGP. So it's the conceptualization of this investment case. And we are going to invite you to know more about this work and to participate in this work as well. So you can also give us your opinion of what you think about it. So before going to this more abstract phase, more conceptual phase, we are going to have a previous activity, and let's invite our main sponsor or funder of the FASB fund, which is Kirk. I will introduce him now to you so he can give to all of us his point of view, because this is an investment. He believed in this project, Fundo Ambiental Sul da Bahia, FASB fund. So in this case, we are going to talk about this concrete case, why an investor decides to invest in such a project, and then we're going to go to a more abstract level of NGP. So we have here Lars present, Lars Heidegard. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, sir. Thank you so much for your presence here, Lars Heidegard. And you are laughing here. Well, I'm not pronouncing it properly, right? So Lars is the program director and the main funder of FASB. So thank you so much for your presence here, Lars, and he's going to tell us more briefly about why he believed, they decided to believe in this fund and believe on the restoration of the landscape in southern Bahia. So please, Lars.
Thank you so much, Elena, and thank you both in Brazil and in Chile. I hope you can hear me now. And it's a pleasure being along for this journey for these 3 days. I'm sitting in Denmark, and I'm not going to show you like Marcio did what the weather's like here. It's quite gray, I'm afraid, and it's late autumn, start of the winter, so you'll just get depressed if I show you anything of that. So but instead, let's focus on what's worth celebrating, as Elena said, and I think already from the last 2 days, a lot of evidence of things to already celebrate. And it's a pleasure. It's a true pleasure to meet you like this virtually. Although we would have much preferred being with you in Brazil in person. And we also heard your appeal yesterday that we as investors or donors should come and visit you and see the projects, and we fully acknowledge that. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 restrictions here in our country as well, it wasn't possible this time around, but we'll definitely be up for a trip later on as projects materialize. So I really hope to be able to see you in person sometime. All right, so what I'm going to say a bit about is why Kirkby has invested in FASB, and also maybe a couple of points about how we can do this type of projects at even larger scale. So I'm just going to share my screen now, and I hope it'll work. There we are. I can't see you right now, but could I get a thumbs up if you can see my screen? It's all right?
We can see your screen, yeah.
All right. Yeah, great. So Kirkby is a family-owned holding and investment company, and our mission is to build a sustainable future for the family ownership of the Lego brand through generations. And so already there, I represent only an organization which is investing in many different areas and in many different domains. And sort of one of the very, very important assets is the ownership of the Lego company. And let me just start there, because the Lego company, you might know the little brick that we built together and for children around the world to play, and in that way play is very close to our hearts. And obviously it's made of plastic, and plastic's not that sustainable, and I'll come just back to that briefly. Because as an investor, we see sustainability in a broad sense, and in a sense that we have four promises. We have, as I've already introduced, play is close to our hearts. So we have a play promise that we see the joy of building, and we feel the pride also in creating things. We also have a people promise. So we want to succeed together, and we believe in people and values, that people and values really make the difference. Thirdly, we have a partner promise, where we believe that mutual value creation is the way to go, and very important to us. And finally, the fourth P, we've got a planet promise, that we want to make a positive impact on the planet that we live on. So apart from our core capital investment domains, we have different themes that we also invest in. As I mentioned before, Lego bricks are made of plastic, and the Lego company is looking into different ways for a more sustainable sort of core material to make bricks from. But as we wait for that, so to speak, we are also looking into different projects and companies that have recycling plastic at their heart. Also, we look at different investment opportunities into energy transition, and then I'm just going to skip the middle and go to also a theme that we have about building our local community. And at the core, and what's most relevant to this discussion, is the theme about land sustainability and how we look at that. And so that's already sort of the fly-in or introduction as to why FASB is really important and interesting to us. Because FASB, we see sustainability, as I hope you recognize from this, we see sustainability in a broad sense. And FASB, as we see it, is exactly that. FASB it focuses on climate, but especially biodiversity, and the social sustainability aspect is also very, very integrated in FASB as we see it. Secondly, we are new to this field. Elena, these 3 days is a journey, but this is also, in a broader sense, a journey to us as an investor. So we are new to this field, and we'd really like to learn, and that's also why we welcome very much your appeal from yesterday about going to visit you, because this is a learning experience to us as well. And that's also why we've been very happy to work with NGP for some time now, discussing what the exact right setup for FASB would be. But we are also fully aware that we are going to learn, both as investors at Kirkby, but also in FASB along the way, and hopefully get new ideas as to how we can arrange these things, and thirdly, explore how we can make clever investments and clever projects together. So that's really important to us, and we see FASB as a great opportunity for us to also learn. And so we are not going to be the investor that's going to say, and we want this and we want that. We are very much on a journey where we'd like to really listen to what the needs are, and explore the right solutions with NGP, with the Forum Florestal, and other stakeholders that are important for these projects to materialize and to succeed. So I hope that was sort of key words and key points as to why FASB is a very interesting investment case to us. Turning to the other question is, so how can we make these integrated landscape projects at an even bigger scale? I'm not going to go much into detail. Time won't allow that, and I hope we can explore that together later in the session. But I'd just like to make a couple of points that hopefully will make sense to you. I think in front of us we have what you could call a wicked problem. It's a problem that's it's difficult to solve. It's very complicated and complex. But I think it calls for common solutions, not common as in ordinary, but common as in we have to work together to find the right solutions to these difficult problems. And so I believe that we need to have a shared vision for what we want to achieve. But in that also acknowledge that we have differences in needs, obviously, and also in objectives. And I think we need to acknowledge that, and we fully acknowledge that we have differences in needs, and we're trying to understand also what the needs in Brazil is, to really be able to find the right solutions here. Also, I think, as FASB, from our perspective, is a great example of, is to start to create an ecosystem of like-minded, where each stakeholder plays her part or his part in contributing with the competencies that they have at their core. So complex problems calls for sometimes complex solutions, and we can't believe that each of us have the full set of competencies to solve these complex problems. So we have to work together and find out where we have our strengths that we can play to together. I think that's a really important point, and I think in the dialogue that we have had with NGP and the forum along the way, I think that proves that FASB has potential in that regard, and I hope that we'll also be able to prove and show that this can be scaled along the way. And then also, I think co-creation, building upon what we have to bring different competencies to the table, but we also have to acknowledge that we have to find integrated solutions where we create together. Although some of you are sitting in Brazil, some of you are sitting in Chile and around the world, I'm sitting in Denmark. We have to come together, either physically or virtually, with our different competencies to create these solutions together. Because only in that way, I think they will be able to be sustainable for the long run. And so these are a lot of words, and obviously it's easier to say these words than to do it in reality. But I think that the FASB concept and project is a really interesting attempt to try and actually do some of these things. And we are very happy to be part of FASB, and we are, although we've learned a lot already, even though we've just only launched FASB, and we are really looking forward to all the learning that we can get, and hopefully that we can have together to explore and develop the concept of FASB even further along the way, and hopefully also inspire others to follow and build upon that. So that was actually it from me, a brief introduction to that. And Elena, I hope you could use that, and I'd be happy to answer questions if there are any now, and obviously participate in the dialogue to follow later in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lars, for your presentation. and sharing this very valuable information for project developers that are here with us. And now we are going to advance with our agenda. As I said, we are connecting with this new dream and the conceptualization of NGP as an investment case. And after listening to Lars that brought this concrete case of an investor that believes and bets on this landscape restoration funds, I will invite now Shauna Malkovich so she can make this first conceptualization of NGP and this investment process. She is a Forest Link and she works together with NGP in the conceptualization of this topic. The idea is that Shauna should make this conceptualization, and this will provide us this first prototype or this first conceptualization of the idea, and then we're going to invite we're going to start working building on this experience and on a second participative phase that we are going to explain more ahead. But now let's listen to Shauna, and she will talk about the base of the teamwork that will be done in the future. So thank you very much, Shauna, for your presence here. And you can start sharing your screen, please, and the presentation.
Thank you, Elena. And allow me a moment to sort out my technical issues. Good afternoon, everyone, and morning, depending on where you are. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Shauna Malkovich, and I provide consultancy and advisory services in forest investment in the tropics through my company, the Forest Link. And I've been working together with NGP to develop this investment case. So I wanted to thank you for a wonderful couple of days so far, firstly. I would say that it's been more than inspiring. So inspiring for me is something that gives me ideas on where to go forward. And this, of course, has given that, but it has also shown us results. So it's shown us a proof of concept that the NGP principles can and are being implemented on the ground. So congratulations for that. Over the past 2 days, we've had a view on the ground, narrowing in particular on challenges and successes experienced in the particular context of your projects as they have developed from concept through implementation. Today, we're going further back, let's say a 30,000-foot view, and looking forward as NGP transitions from a knowledge and best practices sharing platform through to a project initiator and implementer. We'll look at the investment case for NGP, where executing this great work on the ground requires investment. NGP now has to transform its principles into an investment strategy that can communicate to prospective investors and assist the organization in managing the investments to meet investor expectations. Additionally, with this investment case, NGP must be thinking also about the evolution of its case and originating new projects, bringing on new investors, and advancing projects as they develop. Today, my goal is to communicate what we've been working on over the past months to streamline the NGP investment case, to discuss the next steps, and ultimately, and the real value, I believe, is to have the discussion on some important questions that will help develop the investment case so that it's relevant for all the stakeholders involved. So let's jump in. If you could go ahead to the next slide. There we go. Okay. So in summary, the NGP approach uses an integrated forest landscape model with a focus on forest conservation and restoration, sustainable wood and agriculture production with multi-stakeholder involvement. It combines scale, efficiency, and long-term viability of traditional investment with the impact focus of philanthropic funding to fill an important gap in landscape finance. Though measurable outputs, such as number of trees planted and number of new businesses initiated, are important indicators to assess the progress of NGP projects, what it really aims for is higher level impact, such as resilient livelihoods, economic development, empowerment, sustainable forest management, and so on. As a new investment strategy, NGP is unique in that it has more than 10 years experience with local project partners in the focal geographies of South America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Southeast Asia. It also benefits from NGP's strong ecosystem of collaborators, representing the diverse sectors of industry, science, NGOs, and investment. These key factors have enabled NGP to already secure investment for 2 projects. One, of course, FASB, is here with us on this tour. Next slide, please. So a brief reminder on the NGP principles. New generation plantations maintain ecosystem integrity, protect and enhance high conservation values, are developed through effective stakeholder involvement processes, and contribute to economic growth and employment. This is the foundation of the investment case, and all projects that enter the NGP pipeline, and also the alignment it seeks with investors who share these values. And we had a great example of this earlier on when Lars was kind of describing to us what were the values and the goals for Kirkby's investments. So you can see here the example that I'm trying to make, where we're aligning an investment case that has themes and objectives, and in the case of an impact investment, has strong objectives and impact goals that are going to be aligned with the investor. Next slide, please. So though we are familiar with the forest landscape context, I wanted to provide you with a brief reminder and how NGP fits into it and sees it. So where we all know that landscapes can host multiple business models and that each carry their own benefits, aligning these opportunities with the NGP principles, we look for multi-stakeholder platforms for participatory governance, sustainable production, protection and restoration of forests and other ecosystems, and look to develop the social infrastructure for improved livelihoods. Next slide. So there is an investment gap in the landscape approach I introduced in the previous slide. Forest landscape restoration funding tends to be either commercially siloed or small scale and short term. So let me explain what I mean by that. On the commercial side, traditional investments target isolated land use projects where there's a well understood business case. This might look like a sustainable forest plantation company. The benefits of this approach is that businesses can often achieve scale, they're efficient in their processes and operations, and as long-term viability is a requirement for business success, forward-thinking, self-sustaining operations are central to how they operate. On the downside for landscapes is that in order to maintain their efficiency and trajectory for success, they tend to focus only on their direct area of influence, losing sight of the wider landscape and stakeholders. When looking at the traditional donor model, philanthropic funds target non-commercial impact projects to achieve social or environmental impacts. This allows donor groups to address the environmental and social needs of the landscape without compromising on impact objectives. However, on the downside, the donor model tends to be short-term project thinking, tends to be smaller in scale, and tied to the constraints of limited available funding. So when we tie in the NGP case, the NGP approach aims to fill this gap by combining the scale, efficiency, and long-term viability of traditional investment with the environmental and social impact needs of the landscape, with stakeholder involvement at its core. Next slide, please. So another fun way to look at this, and perhaps Lego will appreciate this one, is shown here, where NGP looks to connect non-commercial landscape elements, so think of the green pieces, together with the commercial landscape elements, think of the blue pieces, to complete the landscape restoration puzzle. Next slide. So this is a summary of the investment strategy, which looks to kind of tie into one place the investment challenge together with the proposed investment solution. So this slide communicates to investors and also to NGP stakeholders what the overall strategy is. I've already introduced the challenge, the solution, and the geographies in the previous slides. So now explicitly, I'd like to indicate the criteria for NGP project origination and support. That is, it does not work with siloed projects. For example, doesn't work with only plantations or only natural restoration. It selects projects that address all the challenges affecting a forest landscape's resilience. It must be multi-stakeholder driven, and projects must aim for self-reliance among local communities. This means the movement away from reliance on donor funding and external organizations so that local communities are empowered to be responsible for their own sustainable development. Investment returns for the NGP strategy are impact-oriented, so target investors seek impacted objectives such as local empowerment, forest landscape restoration, and biodiversity enhancement. The investment terms will vary from project to project, but on average, the investment timeframe stretches 3 to 10 years and ranges from about 3 to 10 million euros per project. Technical assistance is provided to projects through NGPTA, and as indicated before, impact returns are then delivered to stakeholders and the investors. Next slide, please. So there are a variety of different forest landscape financing facilities available. So what makes NGP's approach unique when compared to these other interventions? Importantly is NGP's track record. As I mentioned, they have more than 10 years in the focused geographies. They also have long-standing partnerships with several sustainable plantation companies across these areas. And they already have a proven model through mobilizing investment into FASB, which is already yielding impact returns, and the Atabubu-Wais project in Ghana. It has a multifaceted approach. As mentioned, it is both commercial and philanthropic at the same time, leveraging the strengths and filling the gaps of each approach. It benefits from wider WWF supported initiatives and collaborates with other external initiatives, while also partnering with sustainable forest plantation companies. It maintains a local presence through its strong partners on the ground, while also building up local expertise. Its study tours, such as this one, bring external knowledge and experience for each project at least annually. It also has a strong pipeline of high-quality projects that it has co-originated. We are seeing examples of these here over this tour in FASB and Fondo Male, with additional projects in Ghana, Uganda, Mozambique, and Vietnam. Next slide, please. So a key part of the NGP investment case is the NGP impact pathway. So where in a traditional investment, you would expect to see a cash flow diagram or a demonstration of how financial returns will be achieved, this impact pathway demonstrates how impacts will be achieved. As I mentioned earlier, measured outputs, such as we see here in the, I guess you could say the second column, for example, number of partnering income earners, is an important part of the story. It's not the end objective. NGP's objectives are aligned with 5 of the UN SDGs. Of course, each project will likely contribute to several others, and indeed might measure progress towards them. But these objectives, these are objectives that all NGP projects have in common. That is, creating resilient livelihoods and economic development, aligned to UN SDG 8, decent work and economic growth on the first row, empowering local stakeholders, SDG 10, reduced inequalities, producing sustainably managed natural resources, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, create climate resilient forest landscapes, SDG 13, climate action, and restore ecosystem integrity, SDG 15, life on land. Next slide, please. Those of you who were present in the NGP collaborators meeting back in September may be familiar with this slide. So what this slide represents is a model of the types of projects that fit into the impact pathway I have just reviewed. On the top tier, we have the NGP principles. This is the foundation of all projects. On the second tier, there are two ways in which projects align with the NGP investment case. They may represent a commercial community bridge, that is, where there is a mutual benefit and reliance between a forest landscape company and the communities in the wider landscape in which it operates. Alternatively, there is a community to commercial evolution. This is where projects are comprised of self-reliant communities that are engaged in developing resilient landscapes with economic benefits. The third tier represents the individual projects which each carry their own unique impact values. And within each project has investable microelements. FASB has shown us a great example where yesterday we were introduced to several different projects within the FASB umbrella, each of which have their own impacts that they create and each have their own investable microelements. This slide finally gives a good visual representation of the geographic reach as well as the focal elements of the NGP strategy. Common themes applied to very diverse projects. To show in a high-level way how, for example, watershed restoration in Bahia is similar to a community woodlot establishment in Ghana. Each project in the NGP strategy includes 3 common forest landscape elements and associated interventions. The first, as you can see here in dark green, is improved biodiversity and forest landscape resilience through natural forest restoration and conservation. The second, shown here in teal, is sustainable wood supply and economic development through restoration of productive forest plantations and woodlots. And finally, in the yellow color is food security and livelihood improvement through improved agriculture and agroforestry. These are represented in the pie charts for each project where the proportionate impact targets are shown. You can also see geographically that projects represented in the commercial to community bridge are situated in Africa, while the community to commercial evolution projects are in South America and Southeast Asia. This is not intentional, but it happens to be characteristic of the landscape challenges and solutions in each project's context. Finally, you can see by the green and red dots which projects have been invested to date and which are seeking funds. So now I appreciate that this has been a whirlwind tour at 30,000 feet. So with this slide, I'd like to try to bring it all together. So the overarching investment case for NGP is that it is an opportunity to achieve high impact returns in ecosystems, people, and economy. NGP seeks investors for impact that have an aligned ethos with the NGP principles. It seeks grant funding from investors, as this is the most suitable instrument, as the possibility of generating earned income, as in more traditional investments, is highly unlikely or difficult to achieve within the investment horizon. There may be opportunities where another instrument is preferred, such as an equity stake or concessional loan into a more advanced project with a clear business case. And there also may be more opportunity as demonstrated by FASB in its third phase, where a commercial instrument is more applicable later on. Investors should have a long time horizon spanning 5 years on average, with an additional 10 years of monitoring, reporting, and verification. And they should be looking to invest approximately 3 to 10 million euros. In most cases, these funds will be used to finance the land use and social well-being improvement activities, as well as cover necessary management expenses. The investment is most suitable for investors seeking high impact returns, and where investors can take more risk than commercial investors in order to achieve them. The investment will deliver quantifiable social and environmental impact returns in line with identified targets. Though no financial returns are expected, the projects will become de-risked and in many cases commercialized, providing later opportunities for commercial impact investors. So that is the most of my presentation. The following slides, I have created some discussion questions for you, and I've split these up for project developers and for other virtual participants. We can look at those now, or I don't know how you wanted to share those, Elena and Manuela.
Shanna, can you explain the questions because you have a context?
Yes.
So maybe you could be explaining them.
Absolutely, but they're on the next slides. Okay, so the basic themes of these questions are, one is to think about the evolution of the investment case as NGP's project pipeline develops, as the projects within NGP develop. How does the investment case develop and evolve? The other question is related to monitoring, reporting, and verification. So this is kind of the next step of developing the investment case. And then thirdly is on personal reflections. So how could the investment case be improved so that you see yourself in the investment case? So for project developers, we're looking at, so the NGP investment case is structured to deliver various social, environmental, and economic impacts through grant funding mechanisms. Key success metrics of FASB and Fondo Male will include attracting additional investment for the projects. How can NGP investment case be improved to support project evolution and avoid dependence on grant funding? So I believe this is a very important and relevant question to discuss. It's something NGP obviously wants to support its projects with now, while there is grant funding available in order to make the underlying projects more self-reliant. So how can the NGP investment case be improved to support the evolution so that it is not dependent on continued grant funding? Secondly, within the NGP investment case, standardizing management and monitoring, reporting, and verification processes can help to originate new projects, align objectives with investors, and support continuity across the management of the investments. However, such systems must help projects rather than hinder them. So there's a risk that too high level of an MRV process might not be applicable to your project. Or if it's too specific, it might not be applicable more widely. So my question is, how could standardizing management best support your project? And then finally, to represent the NGP principles of NGP's transition into project implementation across a variety of projects, the NGP investment case is structured at a very high level, though it is important to be relevant to all its stakeholders. What could be changed so that you can better see yourself and your organization in the investment case? So those are the questions for project developers. If you go ahead to the next slide. Oh, I can do that here, I think. No, there we go. These are the questions for virtual participants, and they're more or less the same, just following that you're not a project developer, I guess you could say. So the NGP, in the first one, the NGP investment case is structured to deliver various social, environmental, and economic impacts to currently non-commercial projects through grant funding instruments. However, within the NGP ecosystem of collaborators, we also include the Forest Forward program and bankable nature solution projects that have different needs. So how can the investment case represent the spectrum of investment needs within the ecosystem of collaborators? The second question, also related to MRV, is within the NGP investment case, standardizing management and MRV processes can help originate and align objectives to support continuity across the management of these investments. However, such systems, for example, the application of FSC or carbon certification principles, must help projects rather than hinder them. How can standardizing management and MRV best support streamlining while at the same time be practical? And finally is the same question as for the project developers, and that is what could be changed so that you can better see yourself and your organization in the investment case.
Thank you so much. Well, the idea now is, well, we have the questions that were directed to the developers and some other questions for the virtual participants. And the virtual participants now you will meet in the breakout room. To have one will be for a conversation in English and the other one will be a conversation in Spanish and Portuguese. So the two languages will go to one room, English and Portuguese. And I will be visiting the two rooms. I will be passing these questions on the chat so everything is clear for everyone. So for the Brazil room that will work presentially, I will copy the questions to the chat so you guys can see the questions in the chat. So this is a Google translation, please. So remember that. And I hope that it is good enough for you to understand. So I will, Brazil room, there are the questions. The questions were sent in the chat and I hope you can all understand them. Okay, so you can now start working. Let's start. You're going to be working now for 40 minutes, and I will ask Manuela now to create the breakout rooms where we are going to have this debate, or in English in one room, or in Portuguese Portuguese and Spanish in the second room. So you can go to these rooms. I will be sharing the questions in the chat. Okay, Manuela? Are you ready? Let's travel in space and geographies. Okay, so now you must select the room that you want to go to, and if you have any problems, Manuela is going to help you through this process, okay? See you there in the rooms. Hi, I believe we're all coming back. Is that okay? Are you guys ready to go in Brazil room? I see lots of agitation in the room, Brazil room yet still. Well, yes, we are all agitated, Elena, but lots of production going on. That's the problem. Lots of production. It's not a problem, it's the solution. So I hope discussions have been very productive, and now we hope to be able to discuss the solutions that you have been exploring in the different groups. So now let's go to the virtual room, English room. So, who will be summarizing the English room?
I took some notes so I can give an overview.
Shauna, maybe, will be a spokesperson for the group.
And then anyone that was in the group, if I miss anything, or you want to jump in and add anything, please go ahead. Shall I just go ahead, Elena? Okay. So we got to two of the questions, the first two. The first one, how can the NGP investment case represent the spectrum of investment needs within the ecosystem of collaborators? So we got a lot of input from Mallory on the, I forget, the Forest Forward program, where she's working with large companies and how they kind of structure projects within the new generation plantations principles as well, alongside larger companies. And she was saying that she sees a lot of alignment in the investment case and how it's structured at the moment. And would like the platform to be open in a way to work both with large companies and also with well-organized communities on the other hand. So she said she did see herself in terms of the organization within the investment case as it is. Now, the feedback from the investor community within the group reflected that it's a good, they understand the different approach. So with that, I mean, kind of looking at the company community bridge, so the projects in Africa, as I described them, and then the very different model where you have FASB and Fondo Male, for example, which are more self-reliant communities leading towards potentially commercial investable opportunities. That these two different pathways are going to attract very different investor types. So possibly trying to force these into one investment case is making things too complicated, where the objectives are different. So the takeaway here was the concern on the potentially commercial opportunities that are going to be commercial later on. If you come in as an investor seeking impact at the beginning and are also potentially interested in the later commercial opportunity, you don't necessarily want to be reducing the risk for somebody else, or you don't want to be taking your investment that's going to land in the pockets of somebody else, for example, if you have a commercial objective in the long run. The other projects are not necessarily going to be commercial ever. They might just be that you're putting money into developing a self-sustaining economy. So developing small businesses that can self-sustain, creating, you know, empowerment and resilience within the community, but it's not necessarily going to ever be bankable. So that is something that's entirely different. And trying to put these together could make things even more complicated for an investor to understand. So that was a good reflection to have there. On the second question, how can standardizing management and MRV best support streamlining while at the same time be practical? So again, the investors mentioned that, of course, they like to have KPIs, because if they can't be on the ground regularly observing what's happening, key performance indicators can help you understand in an easy way what's being achieved with the funding that you're investing. However, it was also indicated that if these are too strict, if everyone focuses on delivering KPIs, as let's say you're a project developer and you think this is the most important thing we have to do is deliver these KPIs, then on the one hand, you can lose innovation, because rather than a project developer saying, oh, wouldn't it be a good idea if we did this, or maybe this would help us better achieve our goal of restoration, or maybe instead of the chicken farm, developing the chicken farm model, instead we realize that this agroforestry silvopastoral system is, I don't know, is better. But if you're so focused on delivering the KPIs for the chicken farm, then maybe you kill the innovation for thinking of other solutions. And likewise with using standards such as Forest Stewardship Council or different carbon certifications that were there. There was also the feedback that these standards, although very good and useful, both from the investor side and the project developer side, in terms of providing a proxy for good management, can also be so distracting from doing the actual work because it requires a lot of resources, both operationally and financially, to follow these. So there was also input that it's not a bad idea to develop your own approach and use your own approach, as long as you're clear, transparent on what you're doing instead, and why and how, basically. I'll leave it at that. If anyone has any additional input from our group, please jump in.
Thank you so much, Shona, representing the virtual English-speaking group, for this fruitful conversation and debate that you guys had. Now let's go to the virtual group, Spanish-Portuguese-speaking group. We have a repertoire for this, or a representative for the plenary. Can we? Well, we did not define that in the group, but I took some notes that were mentioned. And I would like to thank the group. If anybody would like to complement with anything else, so just jump in at any moment. So the first question is how to deal with the investment. It's, well, the most important. And it's very similar to what was mentioned in the previous case. Well, the most important would be to generate self-financing projects with installed capacity. But when we talk about the generation of self-funding project, we have to define what would the process, the well-succeeded process be. What would well-succeeded mean? And for that, we would need good information with good indicators to known by the community where it would be, the project would be implemented. Because this way, that as our colleague said, is that what we need to generate credibility and trust in relation to the project, so then they could people could be committed to them. And this way, that's how we should be doing it. But we have to see what we really want with the project. So it's important that the project process should be transparent. And we also talked a lot about the good relation with the stakeholders, as that's going to generate more trust in the community and among the investors as well. And I believe that those were the points that I took notes of, and I don't know if my colleagues that are here would like to complement with what we discussed. Well, we focused on this aspect on the first question, but I believe that the second question was also answered, which is the question related to the possibility of standardizing to improve the project. And we said that it would be needed to define the rules of the game, the rules of the match for the beneficiaries, but also for the investors. And that is reflected also in the indicators. And one of the points that we also talked about is that the restoration project, what is not really well understood, then if it's not really well understood, it wouldn't be available for the community. They would generate ecosystemic services, but how they would be reflecting to people to be remaining sustainable throughout time. That was another separate comment and an extra challenge that we are facing. Well, that's what we talked about, and I don't know if anybody else from the group would like to add more information and contribute. Any other contributions from the group? Valentina? Well, I think you expressed this dialogue really well, the conversation that we had in the virtual room. mainly the difference between among the several types of projects. Not all projects have indicators with socioeconomic benefits, and they should first find other indicators like social, environmental, and that should be clearly informed in the projects for the investors, but also for the community. So that was the summary of what was said by Valentina. Thank you so much for you both. And now let's go to the Brazilian Dream Team to hear about the conclusions that they had. Marcio, are you ready? Hi, Elena. Yes, here we are, ready. And we had several discussions, a very wealthy discussion and a debate. And initially, I will try to summarize them, this discussion. The first question, how we could be improving without depending on the grants, on the funding. Well, it would be through the strengthening of the productive chains, since the production until the transportation logistics. And then I would pass for the coordinator of the group to see if they would like to add anything else. Raoni here, my friend. Well, very quickly saying, it was a wonderful and extensive conversation. But to summarize, the starting point was considered very advanced, in a very advanced stage, because the NGP model already foresees or considers these two fronts, environmental and the income generation and social development front. So for having the FASB selection process, these expectations, this look, then we already believe that it helps in this line. But what was mentioned mainly was the need of strengthening the whole productive chain. And in this case, that's what we see. What we see in the territory is a difficulty to drain the production, to transport the production. We have communities that are very productive, that have a lot of knowledge over the plantation and the systems, and they already have their agroforestries that are producing. But then we have this bottleneck, this problem, when they want to drain the production. So then it was suggested that, well, we should focus on this point of strengthening the whole production chain, not only the production, but also the distribution and the sales of all the stakeholders in the chain. NGOs that work and act, the communities themselves. And we have to find a network. As was it, a network we considered as a possibility that to create a network with all the developers, right? The selected developers created this network, and this network should be strengthened. Question number 2 talks about the standardization of management, right? Standardizing management. And it is really good. Yes, it is really good. We all agree on that. Having a standard on the management of the project is really important for the exchange of information among the stakeholders, the developers, and with the monitoring coordination. So the standardization has this, or enables this exchange of information. It makes all developers exchange better this information, and everybody's going to be improving. Rodrigo, anything to add? Thank you, Marcio. Good morning, Elena and other participants, virtual participants. I'd like just to make 2 comments here and a closing remark, because what our previous colleague said was contemplated in the group discussions here as well. And there is an anxiety and a concern for the developers in relation to how the reports would be sent to FASB. So we could see 3 very important needs. The first one is that FASB should be able to offer a standard for the classification of the financial expenses of the project. And that will allow the developers to make the reports with standardized signatures for each expenditure. And that will be positive for the analysis of these expenditures and also to allow future comparisons among the projects. We are going through this moment, a difficult moment in Brazil, where inflation is going up, so the prices are going up quickly, and that has a direct impact on the execution of the projects as well. And another point in relation to the report deliveries. As the projects have very different or distinct activities involving workshops, plantation for the restoration, or plantation for SAFs, the agroforestry systems, and family farming or friendly farming, we should be able to offer those developers standards to focus on those activities. For workshops, we need this, and that. For the reports of the plantations, yes, also we need to consider this, and that phase. So that was a very important contribution of the group. And in the end, after all of this discussion, everyone requested that we should be able to organize a meeting with the developers, an event with the developers, before starting the activities to present or to talk about the standards monitored by FASB, and so they can understand how these reports will take place, and this way it will make everyone's work easier and we will be able to exchange better this information. That's it. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Third question. The third question had the following answers here. The creation of a dialogue network and a commercialization network, or trade network, the transparency of knowledge and value for the trade chain, so the commercialization chain, financial education and visualization for the community based on those processes, and the interaction of the three pillars: environmental, economic, and social. And here, if you guys would like to complement anything else, Professor Carol? Well, good morning. Yeah, exactly. That's it, Marcio. And just adding a point, what was discussed here was ecosystemic services. And in this issue, in this point, we include the value transfers of these processes related to ecosystemic services. That sometimes, a lot of times, we have no idea for the value of that service, economic value of those services, considering all of those systems. Thank you. Okay, that's right, Elena. In case anyone else would like to make other questions, we're here open and available to answer them. Perfect. Thank you so much to everyone for this wonderful exercise with a lot of exploration, and for helping us strengthening this new dream that is the dream of having a very strong investment case for NGP. And well, let's now go to a new phase, and we are going to continue celebrating. But before the party, because, well, I'm going to talk, I can mention that we're going to have a party now. And I would like to invite you now before to go into a sacred space, which is the sacred space. Well, I'm repeating that. Well, yes, emphasizing the sacred space of the celebration. So as I was mentioning yesterday, the celebration is understood in a broader sense, not only as a party, it's also the invitation for reflection. So I'm going to invite all of you to in this moment to reflect. Manuela, I don't know if you can put us in a gallery view so we could see everyone on the screen. Okay, I see here everyone. Can you see yourselves on the screen? Yes? Okay, so I will invite those of you that have the cameras off If you're still around, please turn on your cameras so we could see your faces and look into your eyes, even though virtually. So I would like to invite you to join this sacred space of celebrations, closing your eyes. I will close my eyes as well. And simply, this is an invitation for a reflection moment. And you could breathe even deeply. And I invite you to travel back down to the beginning of the projects that you're developing. Brazil, Chile, and those of you that are not developing projects yet, I invite you to travel along the beginning of these projects, trying to restore the landscapes and improve the economy and the environment of the communities. It was a long pathway that led us until this meeting here and this journey that we're sharing here during the 3 days. It is a pathway where we could learn a lot of things. We've faced difficulties. We worked a lot. And simply I would like you to dedicate a moment for you to be connected to this trip or this long journey of these project developments to this moment where we're at. So you should be thinking in the people that you met throughout this way, along the way, and the answers that you could also find and identify, the opportunities that were open to you, the doors that are still closed. Well, I also invite you to make a journey during these 3 days that we shared together. We started 2 days ago, traveling through Chile, learning more about the Mauli Fund from the stakeholder side, dreaming and planning together with them and connecting together with this team, this large Chilean dream team that has so many dreams in their hand and so many challenges to tackle and to face ahead of them. Yesterday, we were received by the Brazilian dream team and the environmental project development. And we could meet and learn more at first hand about all of these projects that will impact the communities. We also had the presence of dwarves that were disturbing us virtually, sharing spaces of reflection with those people that we already knew in the past, people that we know now. We met in Chile, in Brazil, in England, Denmark, Spain. Well, I would like you all to reflect about this long journey to develop the project, and in this journey of 3 days that we shared information about the project cycles. So I will now just dedicate a moment for you to connect to your essence with the work that was performed, and then we're going to open our eyes. I will tell you when you could come back to this world of reality. Okay, well, I hope that has been a pleasant experience. Now we can open our eyes, and I invite you to share part of this journey with us. I'm going to make this first invitation to Luis on behalf of NGP. So Luis, if you would like to share anything else with us, Luis, of this pathway that led us up to here. Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you so much, all of you that have been able to accept our invitation. We're arriving to the end of our 3 days, and when I close my eyes, a word that comes to my mind that is core in this process, which is the word engagement. And naturally speaking, it's crucial to say that in NGP's work we have success in attracting investment, which enable the developers to make their projects concrete. But it's impossible to have success in this process to make this work concrete and transferring the learning and the knowledge with other countries if we don't have a fund of engagement in all chains of the process, a bit of engagement, a strong engagement. And in this moment, after these 2 years of pandemics, engagement is the greatest victim after naturally the tragedy of losing the lives, but this separation of, in the way of thinking, in the way of working, it's we do it much better if we work together. But we had to make a lot of effort to do this online event, hybrid event. So we made a lot of efforts to be here, safely sound, healthy, but also having this direct contact with what is, in this case, FASB. FASB Fund will be the project in the land, the developers, the relationship that they establish with the organizations in FASB and GPTA and the Forum Florestal, the investors. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances, could not be here with us. And through these circumstances and through all of this network and organizations and people, in the case of Maoli, that are looking to us as an inspiration. And we hope that we have the opportunity to take these examples to other regions. So that's my reflection. Without engagement, it's impossible to reach the success in attracting investment. Everything is helping us to reach our objectives when we do it together. Thank you so much, Luis. As we are connected to others, can you pass the microphone to Marcio so we can hear a bit from Marcio? Thank you so much, Elena. Well, I believe that Luis summarized really well everything that we experienced in the last 3 days, mainly here in Bahia State in Brazil, with the project developers for FASB. Besides the participation of the virtual event, we had wonderful experiences being shared in beautiful days in the field, learning a lot. All of us learned a lot. We learned one with another. We learned also with the people on the field. And this exchange of information is extremely rich. This moment, the study tour here for us, and I believe that for everyone, was extremely rich and wealthy and very fruitful. And we understand that when the people know themselves better and they start exchanging more information, they will also be able to develop something together. So that is, I believe, the motto here for us is exactly what Luis said. The main word here would be engagement. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Well, I believe that's it, right, Elena? If you want to say something else, please feel free. Yes, let's open the floor for those that... Well, would you like to pass the words to other people that are around you in Casa Brasil, in Sala Brasil? Anybody else would like to manifest and add anything about the 3 days? Feel free. Feel yourselves at home. Would you like to add something? If you guys feel comfortable. Well, good afternoon. My name is João. I am an indigenous from a leader from the community where we are having the events today. And for me, these 3 days were very special, mainly because here in the territory we have a saying, and in our language is mukamo kamo, and the translation says unite and reunite. So I believe that these 3 days of the event represented really well this idea. FASB and was able to pass this idea to us really well. That would be to unite and reunite. And we reunited here in lots of institutions and people focus on a common objective, which is the restoration of the landscape and the preservation of our territory, which is so beautiful. And in the previous years and centuries was highly impacted and affected by the lack of awareness of people. And this mission that that the groups are involved and connected represent a lot to us, the indigenous people, because we already grew up with this idea of preservation and transformation and conserving this knowledge. So that's the first activity that I have with FASB, and I hope that these experiences multiply into many more. And for me, it was transformative. The main musical instrument that we have, the maracá, you call it as a chocalho, one seed only doesn't make noise, but lots of seeds in the instrument, they make a beautiful result. They make a beautiful sound, and they show the world why we're here and the importance of being united, like the seeds. So thank you very much for all of you for being present and for including us in this beautiful project. Well, my name is Neuza. I am the coordinator of this project in this region. I'm also an agroecologist technician. I'd like to say that the word to define this moment is gratitude. Gratitude for the opportunity to be able to access this funding for us. It's so important because our families need so much to make this green revolution, let's say, because it's very difficult in the days that we're going through now, mainly with this government that Brazil has. And we have to plant trees, produce healthy products to take to people's homes in the cities, because they're without any kind of funding. So having FASB here with us, concerned with the family units that are in the rural areas, it's extremely important for us here. So the word is gratitude, not only towards the investors, but for the whole collective effort being done in this moment. So really, we could have this moment happen. So we really could make it happen with everyone involved. Thank you so much, Neuza. Yes, please. Good afternoon. I am here 200 kilometers away, and I was invited by FASB to be here participating. And we were in this project considered. And here we are. I see that this is a wonderful team to work in Brazil. I liked very much the team. They received us really well. So thank you so much for receiving us. And now we are very eager to see the execution of the project. Congratulations, everyone. Anybody else? So everything has been said? Everything has been said, Elena. Perfect. Thank you so much for these testimonies from Brazil, these statements from Brazil. And Mukau Mukau is the saying that he said is that how we pronounce it? Unite and reunite? Mukau Mukau? Muka Mukau. Muka Mukau. unite and reunite. So with this saying, we're going to be connecting to Chile. Olga? Oh, Elena. Well, we are the Mauli Fund, and we're here in Chile, and we want to thank the virtual participants, but mainly the group in Brazil. Those of you that gave us this present and a gift and their landscape with the few experiences. I can see that you are on the beach today. So lots of gratitude for sharing all of our experiences with us. We in the Mauli project, we're a little bit behind, but we hope that in the next meeting, we're also going to be able to receive you here in a landscape, in an environment like the field, or in a field structure to send you the same energy that you sent to us during the 3 days. Thank you so much. I would like to highlight 2 words from today. Receiving and co-creation. I think that during the 3 days, it was an exercise of co-creation for our project and for our experiences. So I would like to thank all of you present here with us in this project. Thank you so much, Olga. Anybody else from Chile would like to add anything, would like to say anything? Well, not just to let Olga standing alone, I would like also to express my gratitude to all of you that were here with us. Yes, here, Francisco. And I started speaking, but I believe there is a delay. No, I can hear you perfectly, Francisco. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Well, I just would like to thank everyone, just like Olga said, thank the Brazilians for the energy that was passed and to us. I envy this group on the beach, in that beautiful scenario, in that beautiful landscape, everyone happy. And we are here separated and remote in a cold region. So I envy this enthusiasm and this energy and this commitment. And you were talking about engagement as well, right? Involucramiento, like in Spanish. So I hope that we can replicate this now, because this would give us much more power and energy. That's what we are going to do here. We are going to have lots of people participating. We're going to have a good involvement, a good engagement. And in the end, we are going to have the welfare of the communities where these projects are being implemented, and in our countries. Well, we are working for the planet, right? So thank you so much, everyone, for generating all of these opportunities. Thank you so much, Francisco. Anyone else? Well, I believe then now we can go to the celebration moment. Let's watch a video that was prepared by the Chilean Dream Team, where we have a tradition. I think it's an ancestral tradition. I don't know how long ago it started, but it is a mushroom harvesting experience in the forests. And oh yes, here we have the person that harvests the mushrooms, right? And yes, that is a tradition. This mushroom harvesting is an old tradition since the origin of the peoples. Yes, it's an ancestral tradition. So I will now share the screen with the sound, and we will be able to enjoy this journey throughout the forest, picking mushrooms, harvesting mushrooms. Chile, the 7th region of Empedrado, is an area of forest where we have the industrial and the nature interacting, and in this small population we have some traditions that are united and project the environmental socio-economic future. Since the first days of men and women, those that base their subsistence in the collect or the harvesting of wild fruit. And now we have some people in Pedrado that continue with these traditions. And these native forests are biodiverse with lots of plant species and animal species. And they still provide us lots of resources. Lots of material was obtained from the nature, from the rivers, from the waters and the nature and the wood and the forest, and from the mushrooms. The mushrooms gave a strength to seed the lands and to make Empedrado become an agricultural settlement, a community. But the excess of natural resource exploitation brought the deforestation and the desertification of the land, changing to the financial aspect. Empedrado is a forest community based for this economy, and that forgot a tradition of subsistence, where the rain and the cold would slow down the production of wood, the machinery could not be used, and the man would depend on the forests. But the man would depend on the forest to survive, and this reality nowadays is this work is being done by the women. The women are trying to get this economic independence, getting up early in the morning, harvesting these mushrooms and valuing the forests, learning and contributing with science and gastronomy. The rain reduced, the climate change is present with the forest fires, and this precious resource is not so abundant anymore like in the past. 95% of the forests, pine is forest, and the people that survived suffered a lot because they didn't have the resources anymore. Pedrado was impacted in 95% of the community was burnt. And this fun or this symbiotic relation between the pines and the mushroom happens after 9 years. So this harvesting was impacted, and the collectors or the harvesters must look more for this product. It's more difficult, and these harvesters organize themselves to protect this precious resource. And with the arrival of the pines in 1956, then the cayampas of pines started to be used for spicing some food. Yes, these mushrooms, but all of that started with the first rain. After 20 days of the rain, the mushrooms start to appear. And this type of mushroom is always associated to the pinus tree, and it's recognized by the color. It's a color of a brownish color like coffee, and it has this specific coloring. So we cut it with a knife, and this is the correct way of harvesting these mushrooms. We leave just a little piece of the stem, and that would be then covered, because this way more in another season it will be sprouting again, and we don't lose the spores. This is the proper size for the harvesting. We also use these baskets to put them in, and when we put these mushrooms in, the spores are spread along the way, and they sprout more in the next season. What we remove this part because it's bad for the stomach. And here we have a smaller mushroom. It's not proper to be collected and harvested yet, because it should be at least 4 fingers big. You could see the spores formed, but in that smaller one, in the mushroom, the spores are not formed. So we would be killing that mushroom basically. Thank you so much, Elena. It was part of a longer video, but with that we show a little bit of the Mauli's landscapes and a traditional activity performed by women to strengthen the family income. And that's also an activity which represents these women a lot related to environmental issues. So I now pass the word to Bernardita, who is a mushroom harvester, and she's here connected with us. Bernardita, what would you like to tell us to this beautiful group? We see here our Brazilian colleagues and from other countries as well. What would you like to comment about the importance of, to yourself and also to other women, about the harvesting of mushrooms? Well, I am Bernardita Sepul. I am a harvester, a mushroom harvester, and in this moment I am speaking on behalf of all collectors of the 7th region of Maule, Chile. So it's a great pleasure for me to be able to tell you what would be the story of the mushroom harvester. I've been a harvester for 35 years, and for me, forest means life. It's like a whole world. And the new generation should learn with this story on how life was in the past. We who are more adult and we who are older, we survive with the harvesting of these mushrooms. And that is a wonderful moment because you can go out to the forest to harvest for 5-6 hours and you go home maybe at 10-11 p.m. at night. And you go home with a heavy basket and you can buy bread, you can buy sugar. And in my case, I always harvested mushrooms to buy school material products for my children, and that was lost. The new generations are not very interested in this harvesting of mushrooms tradition, but 3 years ago, I started working with this in a more intensive way. Olga got in touch with me 15 days ago. She heard my story, I told her my story, and she was surprised because a woman would be in her home and wouldn't be interested in this, but I don't want this tradition to die. I want this tradition to keep alive in the new traditions, and they should know that this good sustainable harvesting is very important for the future. In our case here in Pedrado, you could see that almost the whole forest was burnt, and we were 2 years without any work. We lost 2 winters, and that was very bad in my case. I am studying, and it was very difficult because I didn't have money to buy things for school, and we survive based on this mushroom harvesting. And lots of people also survive this way, but they are not valued because in the comuna or in the community, I believe the whole country, this harvesting is not much valued. It doesn't receive the value that we deserve, and we don't have this recognition. I don't need a monument in a square. I just need help to come to us to help the project, so we could be evolving and growing. I collect mushrooms. We have cooperatives of collectors and harvesters that collect grass, fruits, and they make wonderful jellies. So these people go to a fair, they pay, and they sell their products for low prices. And when we collect and harvest the mushrooms, we are always lucky that the people come, they make a lot of money with our production, and these people come to us and buy everything at a very low price. 1,200 pesos of an 8-kilo box. That's crazy for us collectors, because 1 kilo they can make like 100,000 pesos outside in the external market. Well, thank you so much. We're now going to have a Brazilian moment, and what Bernardita said is strongly related to the project. Adding value to the funds is an activity that represents a lot of women in the Maule region and also in our country, and this demonstrates the importance of the small sustainable companies. So somehow the profit should remain in the local groups and not with the intermediates. And that's what was mentioned also by Bernardita in the end. So we have a time issue. I don't know if anybody else would like to add more information. Bernardita, Elena, any questions, remarks? I don't know if you have any other questions from the Brazilian side. While they're still thinking, I'd like to thank Bernardita. Brazil room is connected. Any questions from your side, Marcio? Yes, please, Marilda. Good morning, all of you, everyone. My name is Mariusa. I am from the Quilombola community of Ribeirão in the municipality of Jacobasa and Prado in Bahia State. And I have a curiosity from our Chilean colleagues talking about the mushrooms. This mushroom happens in Brazil as well. They occur in Brazil as well. And how can you prepare a dish with this mushroom? I was curious to prepare a dish with this mushroom. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Well, we have two microphones open. We apologize for that. Is it possible to produce these mushrooms in greenhouses or in selected areas? Oscar, we could not hear your full question, she said. Well, the question is, if besides the harvesting or the collection of the mushrooms and the women collecting the mushrooms in the forest, is it possible to, or have you already tried the cultivation of these mushrooms in greenhouses or in controlled conditions? Some kind of a industrial process where you have the cultivation and a selection, a commercialization process in it. Well, Bernadita, you can also pass the words to Maria José. Well, in the case of preparation, it's not so difficult. We have to be able to recognize the fungi, right? Because some mushrooms cannot be eaten because they are toxic. But some other mushrooms, if the person can recognize them, you can prepare wonderful dishes with them. And this kind of mushroom could be used in a cream, or it could be fried. You could prepare in different ways. We have different types of mushrooms as well, lots of varieties of mushrooms. And what was asked by our colleague, if it could be cultivated? No. Still, we could not be able to have experiments, to have a kind of indoor cultivation, only in outdoor area, only in the forests. We have some experiments on that in Chile. We are trying to cultivate these mushrooms in greenhouses to produce these wild mushrooms, but the one from the forest collected by the women in the forest, they don't have a formula, a precise formula to cultivate it in a controlled environment. So I don't know if anyone else from the room would like to contribute with other questions in relation to reproduction. Francisco. Oh, the mushroom is Xylus luteus. It's a mushroom associated to the pinus roots. And normally, what we're doing in the companies is getting the roots of the plant, and we have mycelius spores of mushrooms there. And as it was mentioned in the video, after 6, 7 until 15 years, this fungi generates these bodies that are collected and harvested by the people, but they're always associated to the roots of the pinus tree. And that means that the mushroom gets the sugar from the tree, and the tree extends the root system through the lympha of the mushroom, absorbing more water from the soil. And that, in the case of this mushroom, of that specific coffee color that I showed you. Well, thank you so much, Francisca. Thank you so much, Benedita, Maria Jose, for showing this local reality, which is so common. Thank you so much for these contributions. And now let's pass the word back to Brazil, because they prepared something really special. And Sala Brazil, are you ready for the celebration moment? Sala Brazil. Yes, we're ready. Hi, Elena. Everything's good here. Well, so we are now going to have the preparation of a typical drink, a typical Brazilian drink. I believe that lots of you might know this drink already, because it is an internationally known drink. So let's take a look. We are going to take a look on how to prepare a caipirinha. Who will prepare this caipirinha? Hi, I am Giovanna. Good afternoon to all of you. Welcome. So Giovanna will prepare this caipirinha for us. So show us that caipirinha, Giovanna. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Well, before starting the preparation, I will show you what we are going to be using to prepare a caipirinha. Besides being a typical Brazilian drink, it's a very good, refreshing drink. And it's very easy to be prepared at home, so you could prepare your own caipirinha. So the main product that we're going to use is the lemon. We're going to use a cocktail shaker, and we're going to use this Brazilian cachaça, and we could use a typical spoon as well. And we're going to get the advice to squeeze the lemon to get the juice. So I will prepare it here. If you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me at any time. So you get a good lime, and then I will cut this tip of the lemon, and after that I will slice it in half. So I will cut the tips of the lemon, and after cutting the tips, I will slice it in half. After slicing it in half, this white part is the bitter part of the caipirinha. So we also remove it, so we could smash it as well. The white part is the bitter part of the lemon. So after slicing it, this is the part of the lemon that we're going to use it whole. Okay, now we're going to put some sugar in it. Sugar, well, it depends on your preference, right? Usually I put 3 to 4 measures, but the spoon, as it's bigger, you can put just 2. Some people like sweeteners or sugarcane melasse, depends on your preference. And then we're going to smash it so the juice can come out. And now we're going to use the cachaça, but you can put any brands, cachaça or vodka, and then the dose depends on your preference. The standard would be 2 doses, 2 shots. Of cachaça. And then we can put some ice now. You can fill the shaker with ice. And the shaker is full now. Let's put the cap on and let's shake it. There we go. And the shaker is nice and cold. And now for the cup, you can put some salt, a slice of lemon. Let me see. Let me try to make a sun here to make it look nice. Okay, there we go. Okay, there is our sun. So I will show you the sun. So this is the idea of the sun of the caipirinha. I'm going to try to fit it in the glass, and you can already try out this caipirinha. Okay. There we go. So this is our caipirinha. There we go. So this is the easiest, the practical decoration. Okay, a squared sun. So this is our caipirinha. So you can try it out. Let's see. Test it if it's good, Marcio, for us. You're a lucky man, Marcio. Wonderful, Elena. It's delicious. This one is for everyone. Elena, we're going to toast and celebrate everyone. Please get your caipirinhas. A caipirinha for everyone. I wish I could be able to enjoy the caipirinha and also the mushrooms from Auli. I wish. Okay. So a toast now for this special moment. So Elena, cheers to FASB. Wonderful. So with this special toast, we say goodbye. And see you guys next time. Thank you very much, everyone. Salute. Cheers. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you so much for this experience.